I am muted, which is always a good way to start the stream. Okay, give me 1 second. I was having issues with the YouTube side of things. Yo, Mansoor, what's up, man? How's it going? Hope all is well. We're testing the waters on an earlier stream tonight, so we'll see how that goes. Let me see. Can't get the stream to pop up on my phone. Okay, got it. What's up, Mistral? Got my food and drink too. All right, nice. Made it quicker than I thought. Just give me a few seconds. I got to do all the social media stuff. I don't like to post like on social media before I go live, just in case. So I like to make sure like I'm live first and then do it. So just give me a few minutes. It shouldn't take long. Okay, so that's the Discord message. I like to post it in the Fantasy Distractions Discord. Okay. Things are okay on my end, more or less at least. Happy to hear that. I was cooking since an hour ago, but I had like 10 minutes left when I messaged you. What's up, Spartan? Oh yeah, I gotta message the homies. Since I'm actually streaming when they're potentially awake. I was just like, no league for me tonight, boys. Dodging that bullet. What's on the shirt today? This is Anna. She is one of our characters. She's tied to Jack, who we've talked about quite a bit on stream now. She's basically the daughter of this really powerful mage. But in order to protect her, her father actually puts her in an orphanage, which is kind of messed up, but they just don't want her to find out like her origins or who she is. And they don't want like other people to find out who she is so she doesn't fall into the wrong hands. because with like the war brewing and everything, they think if she falls into the wrong hands, it could be really dangerous for Fenrir. And then there's this guy who's an absolute jerk in the Fantasy Distraction universe named Grex. He's part of King Ingvar's army, and he's constantly like trying to prove himself to King Ingvar. And the town that the orphanage is located in is basically like the slums of Obsidian. So he goes there to like recruit people, but then they realize like everybody there is just like poor and struggling to survive in the first place. So he realizes he's not going to be able to recruit anybody there, but then like one of the townspeople disrespects him and he like overreacts and they just kill everybody in the town and the orphanage. Yo, what's up, Sonny? That's an interesting thing to walk in on. But yeah, so they're murdering like everybody in the orphanage and Jack shows up just in time to save Anna, and then he kind of becomes her guardian. Which at this point he had just gotten out of the Deadlands, and nobody even knew he was still around. And he basically gets hired to protect Anna at all costs, and they form a little bit of a bond. But her thing is, her mother was like a really really powerful mage who could do like just about anything. Anna's a little bit different where she absorbs magic around her. That's why she's got like a bunch of different elements like circling around her. She can absorb the elements around her and then she could use that type of magic. Random lore is what I do. All right, good, because I'm just spewing right now. Yeah, the shirt says magic is everywhere, which is when I worked in I worked in an anime store for a while. We got these bracelets. I don't remember where we got them from, but the bracelet said magic is everywhere on it, and it became like a running like joke, inside joke between me and my coworkers. And since she absorbs the magic that's around her and uses it, I thought magic is everywhere was like a funny little nod to a little inside joke between me and my friends. Maddie, there you are. I literally said the other day, I was like, if I do an early stream, I bet Maddie will be able to show up. What's up, Maddie? We were talking about you the other day. We were talking about how you used to like to unfollow and refollow me to torture me. And that your follow age was not as long as Fodari's because of it. All right, I shared it in the Val Starlight Discord, in the Fantasy Distractions Discord. I need to share it everywhere else. So, sorry, just give me 1 sec. Let me make it so I could still read Twitch chat while I'm doing that. 3 months, 6, yeah, 3 years, 6 months, 8 days, 1 hour. Yeah, I think Fodari was like, I think his was like a year longer than yours. It was like 4 years and about the same month. I think it was 4 years, 3 months, and I don't remember the days, hours, but. When do you get the room together? You mean this mess behind me? We're working on it. I mean, the rest of the room isn't too bad, and we have like a storage room that's like behind this room. That looks really good right now. This corner over here is like a bunch of stuff I'm planning to put up on eBay. That's why it looks like a mess. So over the course of the next couple of months, that should thin out and not look too bad. I did not start Target yet. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out at the end of this month, and I figure I'm going to be playing that hardcore and streaming that hardcore all through March. And then probably around April, I don't know if I'm going to go back to Target. Target makes the most sense. I really don't want to go back to retail, but we'll see what happens. I swear I have never-ending house projects. Yeah, this house has been never-ending everything since we moved in April. It's just been nonstop craziness. All right, let me just promote this real fast. Slap a post on the old Facebook. I just finished deconstructing and reconstructing my backpack, so room went from very messy to slightly less messy. That's always good. Yeah, like if I showed you the rest of the room, it's not that. Actually, I can very easily because of this camera. That's really cool. If I showed you the rest of the room, like this corner is probably the worst corner. Like honestly, I should not have my camera over here. I should probably have it on the other side. But like our little gaming area is not too bad. I'm gonna replace what's in this shelf, like this glass cabinet over here. I'm gonna replace that with some of like I have like a set statue. I have some Spartacus stuff. And that so fancy. Yeah, the other side, this basement, it's a basement. It's huge, but I'm gonna get lower the further I walk away from the mic. Obviously, I have a little detachable mic I used yesterday, but I don't know if it's fully charged. But yeah, we have new Final Fantasy VII emotes for Rebirth coming out. But yeah, see how far. Like over here is not too bad. Can't really see. There's more. There's like a kitchen area over here. Can I show you? Like there's a little kitchen area over here. The camera won't pick me up. Okay, there. That pillar in the way. The camera can't figure it out. This yellow color though is not it. Yeah, I want to paint it pretty bad. I think once I get rid of this corner, because there's really not that much stuff right now. But once we get rid of this corner behind me, I'll probably paint it. I love painting, so I would like to change the color. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do that and it just stops tracking me. But yeah, it's working for what we need. What color? I have no idea. Yeah, it makes a big difference, Sonny. I mean, I'm actually living with my parents at the moment and my sister and her husband and their kid. So we have a packed house, but that's why I stream in the basement at the moment. But yeah. You already made the Twitter promo for me. Let's go. I can just retweet that. Thank you, Monsword. Appreciate that. That made my life a lot easier. What was that? Was that a follow? I didn't have my headset on, so I have no idea what the alert was. Good streamer being good streamer, as usual. Sunnybird, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. That's what happens when I don't have my. I just came out of the shower, so I was trying to let my hair dry a little bit ago. But thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. There's something to be said about living close with your family. Many things to be said. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. It doesn't really bother me. It's kind of nice being in the same house as my niece because I get to just kind of like play with her and just hang out with her all day. It's kind of nice. At least until I go back to work or until she goes to school. I need more writer friends, so huzzah. Yeah, definitely. I actually, starting last night, I was just popping into other people in this category streams and just like vibing with them and trying to get to know them. I really want to get to know the people in this space. here on Twitch for sure. I try to do it on YouTube, but it's really hard. Like I try to like reach out to booktubers and stuff and interact with their comment section, and I don't really feel like I get anywhere. I do make YouTube videos. Yeah, I run a YouTube channel called Fantasy Distractions. We write. I say we, but I write like 99.9% of it. But my friends that I met through Twitch actually voice act and narrate the stories. But yeah, we release weekly short story, fantasy short stories, some sci-fi. We dabble a little bit in horror too here and there. And we just started being consistent again to start 2024. We not that we took a break, we tried to be too ambitious for our second and third year, and it really slowed us down a lot. Trying to get back into writing, but I'm putting streaming on hold while I make YouTube content based on my world I wrote. That's a really good idea. I feel like if I can do it over again, like if I could turn back time a couple of years, I would have focused less on Twitch and more on YouTube for sure. Especially when it comes to gaming content. Like I started streaming my most when Genshin Impact came out, like during COVID and stuff. And I feel like if I was making YouTube content during that time at the height of Genshin Impact, I think I would have been doing better as a content creator. As far as writing goes, I've always been a little more present on YouTube compared to Twitch. So I've kind of always went that route with the writing stuff, but I started doing Fantasy Distractions in 2020 during COVID, and then we really fell off in the second year. The first year we did like 75 short stories in a 50-week span. So we had a ton of content in year one. And then year two, we were going to move to like an audio play format. And it just became like too much work to get everybody's recordings. Like writing it was fine. I wrote like 20 or so chapters that never saw the light of day. We should probably read those on stream. That could be fun. But those never saw the light of day. I think we only recorded like whatever's on the channel, like 3 or 4 of them. But it just became too much work. So it sidelined us for like an entire year. And then I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do last year. So we also didn't really release a lot of content last year. And then to start this year, I'm kind of back on the right track. I made my first little short and I'm very proud of it, but I also know I could do a lot better. I've been writing my world since 2016 and just now started making content for it. That's awesome. Just keep working on it. I feel like it gets easier as you go, but feel free to link your YouTube. I would love to follow that and check it out for sure. Like I said, I'm just trying to like network and get to know people as much as possible in the space, you know. What was I gotta promote this on Facebook. Sorry. Just give me one sec. We this is slightly off topic, but we hit 1,000 plays on Spotify, which I mean took a long time and our oh, thank you for the hydrate. My cup, I have a cup of Dunkin', but there's just water in it. But whatever I had in it before is making the water look really gross. So enjoy that. It actually doesn't look that bad on stream, but Tethered Realms. Oh my gosh, I have a map drawn out exactly like, I mean obviously not the same map, but I draw out my maps exactly like that too. That's awesome. Shorts are a lot easier to get views on, I've noticed. So starting with shorts probably not a bad idea. You could also like kind of buff your subscriber stats with that. I don't post them enough. I definitely don't post shorts enough. I got to get back in the groove of doing that. I thought I was going to I really thought I was going to take these streams that we're doing and make a lot of content from the streams, and I've been slacking on that too. I made like 2 live reading videos from the first one that we did, and since then I've fallen off super hard. I missed Maddie say I love it. I think more families should do it. Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. I understand the idea of wanting your own space too, though, because we were in a 2-family where we were living before, and now we're in like a single family, but we're like making it work, and it definitely like you feel the difference of having your space and not having your space. Did I miss anything else? If you would have made Genshin content as it was on its height, most of them would have only stood for Genshin and you're right. That's true. That's definitely true. But when you look at the amount of money people made during Genshin, like the height of Genshin, if I was able to like monetize my gaming channel and make like a good chunk of money, I could have used that money towards fantasy distractions right now. Would have been nice, but then it's on like me if I fall off at that point. Like I need to keep people interested in my channel at that point. But I mean, it is what it is. Missed opportunities. I just can't make the same mistake again. If it hopefully COVID never happens again. But if I'm playing a game that hardcore that it's at its peak, I need to jump on YouTube content for sure. And thank you so much for subbing to the channel, Sunny. Subs on YouTube have been a thing that has driven me crazy since the year started. So, like I said, we were on a bit of a unintentional hiatus, and then I started posting like crazy to start 2024. Like we're posting new content on Monday and Friday. I'm posting new Spotify episodes on Wednesdays, and I'm uploading the written form of our content to Royal Road on Thursdays. So I got content coming out like every single day basically. And not to mention doing these live streams on Tuesday. This is our first time trying it on Thursday, but and since I started doing that, we've actually lost 4 subscribers. We were at a net negative of -4. But since I started doing these streams, we've actually gone up to almost where we were. I think I started the year at 358. So you are 357. So we're 1 behind where I started the year. So we still haven't even made that amount back yet. It's just, I know you're not supposed to look at numbers, but I can't help it. We are map buddies. I'm planning shorts, TikToks, and long form content for more in-depth videos. Yeah, I think starting with shorts and TikToks is a good idea. TikToks are another thing that very easy to get views, I feel. I mean, mine don't do amazing, but they get more views than my YouTube content. So, I mean, to me, I'm very much modeling off Vadi. I don't know who that is, actually. A lot of the ones that I know that are successful in the space so far are like people who just take like I'm gonna have to check out their channel. 2.8 million subscribers. I don't know how I've never even found this channel. This is like how little they like push these type of channels, though. I feel she or he has 2.8 million subscribers and I always look for people in this space, and somehow I've never even seen them before. Yeah, your TikTok version of your short has 6 times the views. Yeah, it's like insane. TikTok views is insane. I don't know how people even find your stuff with the amount of like not yours and just a general like your like my stuff too. Like I don't know how people find my stuff on TikTok because like you would think it's so oversaturated. I agree, Mansoor. I definitely agree that COVID being a factor during Genshin inflated the numbers for sure. Does mostly Souls lore vids. Okay, so like I was gonna touch on that. Like the ones that I see that are popular in the space are people who either take um Reddit stories and read them live. Not live, but just read them out loud on YouTube. Or the other guy I know, I can't remember the name of his channel. He does like the Warhammer lore. And his channel's crazy too. Like there's not it's not as strong of a space for people creating original content, which is a shame. But yeah. I will definitely check out his channel though. Looks interesting just from the thumbnails. I didn't obviously listen to anything, but let's see how long it takes me to post. How long it takes me to post these going live notifications on my channels. Luton. I might the one I follow might be have a different name, unless that's like the name he goes by, not the name of the channel. Because that name doesn't look familiar to me, but I definitely follow a Warhammer channel that crushes. I mean, his voice is way, way cooler than mine. Or like, I mean, we have some narrators who have really cool voices, but I will never be on that guy's level. But okay, let me share this. Yeah, so what we're going to do today is we're going to discuss some up and coming stuff with Fantasy Distractions. I'll do a recap for anybody who wasn't here Tuesday, but we're going to finish reading my prequel story, A Soldier's Crest, The Dragon Knight Chronicles, which is a prequel to my first book that I self-published and then was published and now isn't available anymore. Dude, I hate when Facebook is like, boost this post to reach up to 1,940 more people if you spend $42. Like, get out of here, Facebook. Let me see if that's the one I was thinking of. If not, yeah, this is not the one. Who's the one I'm thinking of? 804,000 subscribers. There's somebody else who does the same thing. I mean, I imagine like once people notice that it works, like if you have a cool voice, why not do it yourself? Right? Ads or scams? Yeah. I'm listening. I'm just shopping for bed shakers. Okay, fair enough. The algorithm is God, and we all know why lie to stupid people other than to take their money. Yeah, I was running ads on every main story fantasy distraction. Like we did fantasy shorts before shorts were a thing on YouTube, or at least not as prominent. So I called them fantasy shorts, but they were actually like 3 to 4 minute videos versus like our 6 to 8 minute longer form content, I guess. So like the fantasy shorts, I think I ran an ad on like the first one we ever did. And then I ran ads on all the main story ones for the entire first season. And it was such a waste. Like we got more views, obviously. And you'd get like I was only running like $10 and a video, I think. I think I was only spending like $10 a video. So we would get like 1,000 views from that $10 and maybe like anywhere from like 2 to 4 subscribers. But I'm pretty sure like the subscribers that are falling off now are those subscribers, and they're not even like the type of subscribers that you want. Obviously, they're probably just bots, I would guess. But I was running the ads through YouTube, so like if they're bots and YouTube is doing that to your channel, that doesn't make any sense. But whatever. I learned my lesson. I'm low-key worried that people won't jive with my voice in my videos. I felt the same way. Honestly, I don't even know if people do jive with my voice. I mean, we have a lot of like other voice actors and narrators and stuff now, but um I don't know if people jive with mine, but I've gotten more used to doing it myself. So like I don't even really think about it. I'm just like they're either gonna like it or they're not. Like I already know like the ones that I read myself are not gonna be as high quality as some of our other like voice actors and narrators, but you know, I don't really have a choice sometimes. Like sometimes I just can't get them on board or, you know, can't afford to get the narration done. Speaking of ads, I'm sorry. I have the ads set down to like the lowest they can be. I think it's fine. I'll have to send you this one guy on Insta. Yeah, I definitely want to like see as many people as I can in these spaces to see what they're doing, you know? All right, I made the post on Facebook. Thanks to Monster Lord, Twitter was very easy. Thank you, Monster Lord. I've been getting decent results on LinkedIn for some reason. I mentioned this last stream. My posts on LinkedIn get a decent amount of impressions for some reason. I don't know why, but they do. The little LinkedIn noise is very satisfying. All right, I think that's everything unless I want to do like an Instagram post or something. You had full 60 seconds of ads? Jeez, sorry about that. What did I say? What did you hear me talk up to? Basically I was saying like I felt the same way about my voice when I started narrating them. I mean, also my audio quality compared to when we released. That's why like a lot of the ones we're releasing now, we're re-releasing some of our older ones with the words on the screen. The only ones that I'm re-recording or having re-recorded are mine because my audio quality when we started making Fantasy Distractions was awful. So I'm re-recording like all of mine that we're doing now. Because I thought they were terrible. But I felt the same way, and honestly, I have no idea if people like actually like my voice when I narrate, but I've gotten to the point where I don't even really like think about it as much because I'm in a situation where it's like, yeah, I know if some of our voice actors or other narrators do a video, it's probably going to be better than mine. But at the same time, like sometimes I don't really have a choice. Like either I can't afford to pay somebody to do it. I'm trying to get like a video out on a certain time, and I can't get one of our VAs to do it in time, so then I have to do it myself. So it's sometimes I just don't have a choice. So it's out of my control at that point. Like other people are gonna like it or they're not. I'm releasing the best quality that I can within my power, and I just hope for the best. Could be why we only have 357 subscribers, but I'm trying. I'm trying my best. I jumped over to YouTube so I could hear all of what you said. I have it open in another tab. I appreciate it, Monsword. Thank you, man. I've got good audio quality, but I am female, and lore videos do not lend themselves well to a high-pitched voice, at least for the dramaticism I have in mind. I'm planning to have my boyfriend help a lot, but like it's my lore, I want to tell it. I think I actually prefer. I'll have to listen to your videos. I'll have to, because it depends on the lore, I guess. But I think I actually prefer a female voice narration. Like I get the the Warhammer guy I was talking about earlier. If I could find that channel to share, that guy's got like a really deep, like rich voice, like creamy. It's creamy. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like a creamy, good voice. But I actually think I prefer like the female narration. Like on our channel, like I really like our female narrators. Like the sound of it, it's just like more inviting, I guess. I know you. What's up, Casper? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I'm definitely shaky in the first video, but needed to do multiple takes and just didn't. Creamy is a good adjective for voices. Yeah, his voice is very creamy. That's why like I would never be able. I don't think I would ever achieve that level. You'll get more used to it the more you do it though, Sonny. Trust me. Like we still have the originals on the channel. I'm just re-releasing them with new recordings for my stuff and the words on the screen, and we've gotten some art made since then, so I'm using some of that art. But like you could go back and listen to the original. The very first one I did is called Natalie, Daughter of the Sun, which we just released. I could even show you. Hold on. So let's do this. I listened to the short. She ain't sounding bad. I mean, we can listen. It's a short, so I mean, I'll listen to it on here too. It's not like it's gonna take long for us to listen to a short. We'll check that out for sure. I'm down. We can let chat decide. Cause you hate me. I do not hate you. I do not hate you. I've never said that. Okay, so for example, let me unmute this for a sec. The very first one we were look at all these videos, man. Was this one. I changed the thumbnail. The thumbnail wasn't always this. Right? So this is the very first one we ever released on the channel with me narrating. About your teacher, Natalie, daughter of the sun. You can already tell the mic quality isn't as good. In the time before the era of peace that Elmore knows now, young Natalie worked in her father's trinket shop. I had this idea of like, oh, I'm gonna tell it like I'm like, I'm sitting around like a campfire, like let me tell you a tale, like, and it was like super dramatic, and I was just like all in my head about it. Oh, you guys can't hear the actual video? Is it not capturing my headphones? Oh, is it too low? It might just be too low. Let me see if I can fix that on my end somehow. I gotta remember to turn this down when we play a game, or it's gonna be mad loud for you guys. Okay, I'm gonna turn it up in my OBS, but when we go to play a game, we gotta turn it down, or it's gonna be extremely loud. All right. You know what? Let me just put it on max. You guys, let me know if this is too loud now. Practicing her martial arts for you guys, but she was young and still learning, much like yourselves. Better, worse, too loud? One day, your teacher overheard some of the locals speaking of a beast that lives in the woods. This monster was preventing the farmers from expanding and causing the townspeople much grief. Are you playing a game today? Probably not. That's perfect? Okay, good. If I do play a game, it'll probably, I'll probably end stream and then like restart the stream because I don't want the gaming content because this live stream is going to end up on the Fantasy Distractions YouTube. So I'm trying to keep like the gaming content separate. So if I did, I would probably like end stream and then restart stream. But when we've been doing the writing and reading streams on Tuesdays, my voice is so shot within like 3 or 4 hours that I don't think I'll be doing more after this. So probably not. It's perfect now. All right, cool. I just got to remember to turn it down.
Natalie decided that she would use this trial to test herself.
You get the gist of how I did it on that one. It should be better. Maybe not too much different, but it should be better on the one we just released. Which is... So this was 3 years ago. I ran an ad on this one. That's why it has 681 views, by the way. Then this was the first video we released this year. It's just the words scrolling on the screen.
Gather around, students, and let me tell you a tale about your teacher, Natalie, daughter of the sun.
I changed the background music.
Back in the time before the era of peace that Elmore knows now, young Natalie worked in her father's trinket shop. She had been practicing her martial arts then, but she was young and still learning, much like yourselves.
So, I mean, it's not like, you know, a million times better, right? But it's, you can hear like the confidence is a little more there. I'm not trying to be like so like campfire-y, I guess. But like, you get the gist. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna listen to yours right now. Give me 1 sec. You could get my live reaction. And we could show it off to chat too. Got 15 people in here. That's crazy. Maybe doing the earlier streams is helping as much as I thought it would. First of all, everybody go subscribe to Tethered Realms, please. Show some love. Let's make this a thing. Let's make channels like this more popular. That's all I really want. You know, like obviously I'd love to monetize my channel and make a living off of it someday, but I just want these channels to actually be a thing. You know, I actually want them to succeed. You know, not just me and Sunny, just in general. Like these channels, I like that original content, like your own lore. Like these things should, to me, they should be more popular than just like taking a Reddit story and reading it. No hate to those channels that do it. But I just feel like, you know, they're taking someone else's work and reading it. We're writing everything, narrating it, putting it together, you know, telling these stories that go together. I just want them to be a little more, you know, appreciated. They don't have to be as appreciated on the level of people doing the Reddit thing or the Warhammer thing or Dark Souls, but, you know, show us some love too. We're putting in a lot more work. But yeah, sorry, rant over. Let's check this out.
Welcome to Vistheria. Created and tended carefully by its ancient deities, Vistheria was once home to many different magical species. Massive beasts roamed the wilds, mortals explored and discovered with freedom and abandon, and the gods walked the lands. Wars passed and empires rose and fell on the great continent until the War of the Gods shattered the one land into many. As the mortals recuperated from the massive catastrophe and cultures varied and divided, governments slowly formed in the wake of the destruction. Split between the warring nations since the division of the world, countries kept a careful balance between magic and religion. But when the Struthio star struck the world, everything changed. The line between magic and the gods faded, and the survivors of the tragedy were forced up into the stratosphere of Vistheria. With the land below them destroyed, they created a new world of mechanics and metal. Welcome.
That was
to
really
Vistheria.
good. You honestly, you didn't sound nervous to me. I think you suffer from the same thing that I suffer from, which when I like really get into narration and reading and stuff like that, I sound very nasally. I've been given that feedback before. So I mean, we suffer from the same thing. There's not much you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. I just have a very nasally sounding voice, and but I thought the reading was good. It sounded good to me. I work a lot in the World Anvil community, and I feel like so many people deserve to have their world seen. Yeah, Anvil I've checked out before. I didn't really dive too deep into it, into their community stuff, but there was some good stuff on there, I remember. Yeah, I get the reading slow. You definitely will need to read slower when you do the longer form content. I do get where Sunny's coming from though. Like when you're trying to do a short, unless you're taking a snippet from like, excuse me, like a longer form content that you already had, you're trying to fit what you want into a minute. So sometimes you do need to read a little bit faster when it's shorts or TikToks. But yeah, reading slower obviously would be good too. I always read too fast. Well, I'm nervous now. Why are you nervous? Oh, your brother said the nasally thing too. Yeah, I mean it's just it is what it is. I'm sorry that I even mentioned it, but don't let it stop you because it's out of your control. I mean, I've tried so many things to make myself sound less nasally. You can't control it. It is what it is. It's just your voice. I mean, maybe like I have no idea if there's a solution, but I haven't found it yet. But I thought it was a good reading. I really liked it. Definitely keep making them, and feel free to tell me when you have new ones. I will give you likes. I'll give you comments. Lore, lore, lore. But yeah, like this is great. This is good. I like it. Never. I'm too excited about my lore. Yeah, especially if you're like into it, you're really feeling it. Like just put it up there. Let it out there. Yeah, yeah. I suffer from reading fast too. There was one the Anna t-shirt story. Somebody commented underneath like that Cecilia was reading too fast. And I was like, she's a young girl that's excited about a mermaid festival. Like I literally commented like don't get on Cecilia for that. Like that was the like what I told her to do. Like she's a young girl that's excited about a mermaid festival. She's gonna talk fast. Like sometimes it just happens. But I also read a little too fast sometimes. Okay. I think yeah, like I said, the only other spot I could promote is Instagram, but all right, let me see. We could talk a little bit about, thank you for the hydrate, Maddie. Gonna work for a bit, might have to hop off soon, but you guys are awesome and I'll definitely be back. All right, Sunny, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming through, sharing your work with us and your channel. That was awesome. Yeah, that's the thing. You have like a minute. And YouTube, especially YouTube, it's way more strict about the minute. Like I'm telling you, if you go 0.1 second past 60 seconds, they will not let you post it as a short. TikTok, they let you get away with that. Like I don't know if you need to post a certain amount first, but on TikTok, I think you're allowed to post up to like 3-minute videos now, maybe even longer. I'm not sure. TikTok doesn't care as much. But YouTube is like super strict about that. All right. What? So we're gonna talk about a little fantasy distraction stuff. Once Kitty gets here, we're gonna continue. Once Kitty gets here, we're gonna continue our reading of A Soldier's Crest: The Dragon Knight Chronicles. And that will basically just be what we do. We were like halfway through. I'll do like a little recap for anybody who wasn't here on Tuesday. And then we'll probably be able to finish it. I think we were on like page 63 out of 123. So if I read about the same amount that I read on Tuesday, we should be able to finish it. It's still a lot of reading, so we'll see how it goes. But we also had a longer intro. Because like on Tuesday, I think the intro was like 20 minutes and then we just started reading. Right now I'm already like 53 minutes deep into the stream. But yeah. All right. So fantasy distraction wise, what's today? February 1st. So yesterday, fantasy short number 5 went on Spotify. Checking on how that was doing is how I noticed we were at 1,000 plays, which is pretty sick. They also show you your audience size though, and the audience size is only 4. So I've been posting them up there probably since 2021. So 1,000 plays in like 3-ish years is probably not great, but I still think it's a cool milestone to be celebrated because when you think about it, like we're not music and we're not really a podcast either. So for us to reach 1,000 in that span, I'll take it, you know? I'm happy with it. Today, fantasy distraction number 15, which is the Charlemagne story, I think. No, she's 14. The Ingvar story, I think, is 15. Yeah, King Ingvar Cut Through Anything went live the written form on Royal Road. If anybody would rather read than listen to fantasy distractions. The written form of King Ingvar's first standalone story is now on Royal Road today. Tomorrow, we have an Iria story coming out. That's going to be voiced by our friend Acoustia. Modsword, I appreciate the lurk, man. Thank you. This is Acoustia's first standalone narration for us, but you have heard her voice in some of the Obsidian Onyx War stuff that we released last year. But she will be doing an Iria story for us tomorrow. Pretty short. So like a lot of the new stuff that's coming out on Fridays is content that I was writing for a 365-day challenge I was going to do, where I was going to release a short story every day for a year. And those stories are more like the fantasy short length than the fantasy distraction length. So the difference is about 2 pages. So like a fantasy short is typically about 2, maybe 3, like 2.5 pages at most. whereas like a typical fantasy distraction is about 4 pages. So these newer videos that are coming out are probably going to be like roughly like 3 to 4 minutes in length. They're not going to be anything crazy. But the Iria one that was part of that is coming out tomorrow. Iria is a character from A Soldier's Crest, not necessarily set on Fenrir like our other stories are. These are stories that take place in the post-apocalyptic Earth that I created for A Soldier's Crest. So slightly different atmosphere. But yeah, so that's our first standalone Iria story. It's a Soldier's Crest related story, not necessarily directly tied to fantasy distractions. But we're counting them as fantasy distractions now. So that's why we're releasing a lot of A Soldier's Crest character stories. Like last week was Meryl, the week before that was Wyglaff. Those are all A Soldier's Crest characters. And then next week will be Marcus. We're doing A Soldier's Crest for a bit. I think we got, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3. We got 5 more Soldier's Crest stories. And then we'll be back like purely into fantasy distractions characters after those 5 weeks are up. I don't think we go back to Soldier's Crest at all. No, we do not. So yeah, so we got the Iria story coming out tomorrow. Monday will be the re-release with the word scrolling of Tabor, which is one of our most fun stories. That'll have Jake voicing. It's basically the same audio from the original, just with I got a chibi Tabor made by Zaraneska. That art will be in the video, and it'll just be Jake's recording with the word scrolling. And then Fantasy Short number 6 on Spotify next Wednesday. Royal Road Fantasy Distraction number 16. That'll be on the 8th. And then we'll have a Marcus story next Friday, which should be really exciting. Marcus is one of my favorite characters from my first book. So we'll be getting reintroduced to that character for anyone who's read the book, and introduced to that character for anyone new to the Soldier's Crest universe. That'll be next Friday. And Marcus, he's a very complicated character, but he's a lot of fun. And that pretty much covers us up to February 9th. Then on my end, I have everything scheduled to release up to the 16th. Anything that's going up on Spotify and Royal Road, I have scheduled all the way up to like, I think even past May. I think Spotify I have scheduled past May. I think that goes all the way until maybe June, I want to say. Whereas Royal Road and everything else is going to cut off around May, the middle of May. Royal Road, I have everything scheduled up to May 16th. And then the actual like recordings and stuff, I'm set all the way to 16th, the February 16th. So I still have a lot of stuff I need to upload and get ready between now and May. But I want to get it all done before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out. So this month, I have a lot of work to do to get that done. Complicated or just has a lot of layers like an onion? A little bit of both, probably. Essentially, he's a complicated, so this is the best way I could describe him. He's like a complicated zombie. So, in other words, if he dies, he doesn't actually die. He comes back to life, but he loses memories every time it happens. And if he's killed so many times to the point where he forgets everything, he'll just basically be a zombie. Does that make sense? He loses a lot of fights, but he also wins a lot of fights. And he also doesn't realize that that's happening. So like if he dies but doesn't think that he died, sometimes he'll just forget things and he doesn't understand why he's forgetting them. So I consider him like a complicated zombie because he could potentially just come like a brainless husk. But like if he dies so much that he gets to the point where he like forgets how to be a human being, he would basically be a zombie. But I guess he would be a zombie that you could technically reteach everything, if that makes sense. All right. So that's kind of where we're at as far as fantasy distractions goes. A lot of Soldier's Crest stuff coming out. But what's good is by doing the re-releases, we still have ties to Fenrir and fantasy distractions. So it's like while we're playing with these Soldier's Crest characters for the next couple of weeks, the re-releases are still keeping us kind of like tethered to the main fantasy distraction stuff that's happening on Fenrir. And kind of just giving like everyone a refresher while we visit these other characters, and then eventually we return to the main fantasy distraction stuff. Like we have a Angelica story coming out. We have a Sade adjacent story coming out. We got some Galaxy Federation stories coming out that'll continue Kai's story, because we haven't really heard anything from Kai since the finale of him and Maz's fight at the end of season 1. We got a Dita story. We got some Onyx Obsidian War stories that are coming out. There's a lot coming between now and May. And then May 19th, which is my birthday. On my birthday, we'll be releasing a special episode, because I believe May 19th falls on a Sunday this year. We'll be releasing a special episode that will kind of act as a couple of different things. Like it might be the start of something brand new. It might be the start of a break, another break, depending on how our numbers and stuff are, because that'll be all the way in May. So by May, I'll have a better handle on like if I'm back to work and I can't really continue to put as much time into this, then we're probably going to take a break. If the channel pops off, then it'll open doors to some new opportunities of new characters and things for us to explore. I don't think it'll actually represent like the end of the channel or the end of Fantasy Distractions, but it's going to kind of be like a placeholder in case I need to take a very long break from working on it. So it could be like a bittersweet kind of send-off, but also I'm not planning to end it anytime soon. It's just if I'm in a position where I can't continue it for a while, it does kind of act as like a break point or like an end point, if that makes sense. I'm kind of just like covering my bases if I can't work on it for a while, if that makes sense. All right, I am going to sit down because I think I stood for way too long on Tuesday stream because I was like dying by the time we ended that. So I think I'm gonna sit down for today's reading and just chill vibes. So we're going down, chat. We're going down. Chill vibes. Chill vibes only. Okay. I was trying to wait. We need elevator music. I could technically put Epidemic Sounds on when we do the reading. I think I linked my Twitch account so they won't DMCA me. My YouTube account should be fine, but Give me 1 sec. All right, so I was trying to hold off until Kitty got here. She told me she would be a little late, but hopefully she comes in while I am recapping, because we have to recap a little bit, because we're starting at chapter 6. So anybody who wasn't here Tuesday missed a lot, but essentially this story is a prequel to my first novel. It's called A Soldier's Crest: The Dragon Knight Chronicles. In my first novel, the entire story is mostly centered around one of the Dragon Knights named Valak Hallstar. But the other Dragon Knights that are with them, there are 10 of them in total, they are the focal point of the story. And even though Valak's like the main character, a lot of the story is told through all of the Dragon Knights. So even though it's Valak's like the main character, they are also very important. And what happened was I self-published originally, got picked up by a publisher. Even though everything was done and the book didn't really need editing, the publisher wanted to do their own editing, which was fine. But it was going to take about a year for A Soldier's Crest to re-release under the publisher. So I asked if it was all right if I worked on an ebook that acted as like a prequel to the series, which ended up being this. And then when I gave this to my publisher to release as an ebook, they were like, hey, why don't we just release a physical version of it? And I wasn't going to say no to another physical book. So we made a physical version of it. And then it gave me a chance to like really flesh out some of the Dragon Knights that I couldn't really do like backstory for prior to the, like I couldn't really squeeze it into the book, because the original Soldier's Crest, I have this meaty boy with me, actually. The original Soldier's Crest is pretty chunky, right? It's like almost 400 pages. And I couldn't really fit everything I wanted to in it because it was already so long. So this gave me an opportunity to kind of flesh out some of the characters we didn't get to spend as much time with in the original book. So that being said, we thank God that's my old address, by the way. I just leaked my address. The prologue is about Dawn, who is one of the Dragon Knights in the book, and Faris. And this is like a flashback, essentially, the prologue, that has Dawn and Faris playing around the woods in a town called Davish. And their parents are very, very, well, Dawn's parents are very, very wealthy. And they own like a apple farm. They're like a variation of apples called Arits. And they own this apple farm, and it's made them very wealthy because you can't really find fruit on Chroma, which is the continent that they live on a post-apocalyptic Earth. So after this post-apocalyptic event known as the Stragus changes the Earth, they're one of like the first families that is able to farm, essentially. So they become very, very wealthy. Dawn is their daughter. Faris is a orphan boy who is friends with Dawn that Dawn's parents kind of take in. But the parents of Dawn are very particular about how they want Faris to grow up with Dawn if they continue to be friends. So Dawn is obviously, the mother wants her to inherit the family business. And she wants Dawn to be very, like, polite and educated and act like a princess, essentially. The dad wants her to become strong and become a fighter. Even if she inherits the business, he wants her to be able to defend herself. Whereas the mom is like, well, if Faris just becomes her bodyguard, then she won't have to worry about anything. Faris will do the fighting for her. And the dad's like, nah, that's not good enough. She needs to be able to defend herself. And they have a little, dispute about Dawn's future. How did the orphan become an orphan? I have that written somewhere. I can't remember off the top of my head, though. It's not super important to the story, but Faris is an orphan. That's all you need to know. So in the prologue, they're just kids. They're playing in a forest. They come home. The mom is teaching them about the strategist. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned elevator music, because she makes a comment about elevators. Dawn's mother gets a book from the Earth Mother, who is an entity that is put in place after the Strategist happened. She's actually from like the time before the Strategist, but she has these unique cells that the angels are able to amplify that makes her immortal, and she becomes like responsible for helping repopulate the world. And Dawn's mother gets a book from the Earth Mother that has history of the world before the Strategist. So they're talking about like skyscrapers and elevators. But this prologue is kind of just in place to replicate kind of the prologue from the original book that breaks down what the Strategist is and how we got to this new Earth. So it gives us a little backstory on that. Tells us about the parents wanting different things for Dawn. And then chapter 1 opens with Griffin, who is the leader of the Dragon Knights. He goes to this town. He actually goes to Davish. A lot of stuff happens in Davish here, but he goes to Davish. There is a dragon that is called an Ascended Dragon. So we have Dragonkin, which are like the Dragonkin from World of Warcraft. They're on like 4 legs. They're like a race of dragons. And then we have Ascended Dragons, which are like your typical fantasy type dragons. Like the big, long tails, long snouts, huge wings, tiny arms. Breathe fire and all that type of dragon. So there's an Ascended Dragon that's terrorizing Davish. Griffin goes and defeats this dragon using this like dark magic that uses shadows. And he returns to the kingdom of Bawal with the dragon's tooth. Presents it to King Rebel. And he tells Rebel, these Dragonkin are a threat. And instead of waiting for them to realize they're powerful enough to defeat us, let's go hunt them before they become a problem. Yeah, there's a lot of dragons in this compared to Fantasy Distractions. We don't really have a lot of dragons yet. There is one. But we haven't really done a lot of dragon stuff yet. So he tells them like, hey, like these dragons are going to be a problem. Let's, before they become a problem, let's deal with them. And the thing about King Rebel is kind of a jerk. And he does not like to get involved in anything. Nor does he like to use his resources for anything. So instead of, because Griffin's like, hey, give me like an army. And I'll take us into, it's called, in the original book, it's called the Dragon Foe, but I've changed it to the Mundus Draconum, is where the dragon can live. He's like, give me an army, I'll take them into the Mundus Draconum, and we'll kill the dragons, because I'm very knowledgeable about how to defeat them. King Rebel's like, nah, we're not going to do that. Instead, I'll give you this book. He gives him like this really old book with like some history of Chroma in it that may be able to help him locate some of the strongest fighters on the planet. He's like, you go find your own Dragon Knights, go find the strongest fighters in the world and make your own Dragon Knights. And then if I feel like you guys have a chance of beating the Dragonkin, then I might give you some more of my troops to go fight them. So Griffin's like, okay, you're useless, basically. And then he very rudely dismisses Griffin. That's when Griffin meets the general of Bawal, who is a man named Gerard. And Gerard is like, hey, I'm the general of Bawal, but not many people know I'm the general because King Rebel doesn't like to get involved in anything. You wanting to go fight the dragons is interesting to me, and I might actually be interested in joining you on this little endeavor. So Gerard essentially asks Griffin if he could go with him. But Griffin also kind of persuades him into going. And then Gerard goes and he shows Griffin that the Bawal army is training all of these troops, but like you can tell just watching them train that these like kids that they're training are not warriors. Like they're not going to be good warriors. So then Gerard explains to him that that's on purpose, that there's this mage named Shadow in the Bawal Empire that is doing these experiments, and that they know that he's a necromancer, and that he is literally Rebel is going to send these warriors into battle to die so that Shadow can use their bodies to turn them into skeletons. And this is just like a known thing by like the higher ups in Bawal. So like Gerard, because he's the general, he knows. Anyone he's told knows, and the king knows. And obviously Shadow is not quiet about it. So the plan is to replace their entire army with skeletons. And then maybe they'll start, fighting the other kingdoms with their army of skeletons. So Griffin's like, well, if he does that, what's going to happen to you? And Gerard's like, I'm going to be okay because King Rebel is planning to send me to, be the messenger, basically. Even though he's the general of the army and the kingdom, he's just going to be like Rebel's messenger. And he's like, nah. Yeah, bold move. They're dark magic skeletons. Yeah, he's a necromancer, so he just like resurrects the dead. And like he's been working on this for a while. He's been experimenting and he's been finding success now. So they have all these new people in their army literally just to die. So Gerard brings Griffin over to this one guy who is training a bunch of soldiers that actually look like they know what they're doing. And that's when they meet Wiglaf, who we just had a fantasy distraction like a week or two ago about Wiglaf. But Wiglaf is this like older knight who is very, very seasoned, very, very good. In the fantasy distraction we released, we learned that he trained Gerard, and many believed Wiglaf should have been made the general of Bawal. But when he was ready to become general, Rebel was just like, nope, you're too old. So we're going to give it to Gerard. So you would think there were hard feelings between Gerard and Wiglaf, but because Wiglaf trained Gerard, he was actually like happy for him and not jealous. So Wiglaf is your like very honorable knight. Like he's a bit older. He's got the experience, but he's like very, very honorable. And he was like, if this is what the king wants, then that's it. And Gerard will be the general. I'll just do my part. But then they just use him to train soldiers, and he doesn't really do anything else. So because Rebel doesn't get involved in anything. So Gerard pulls him aside, and he's like, hey, this is Griffin. He's going to hunt dragons. We want you to come with us because you're a really good judge of character. You're a really good fighter. And we're going to need your help. So Wiglaf is like, I'm too old to go run around killing dragons, But they convince him to join anyway. And Gerard also explains to him like, hey, Rebel is planning to kill everyone and turn them into skeletons, except me, because I'm going to be the messenger, but he didn't even mention your name, so there's a good chance you might be a skeleton. So instead of becoming a skeleton, why don't you come hunt dragons with us and help us judge, if people are worthy of being a part of the Dragon Knights? Yeah, he's a good guy. He's one of the good guys. So he decides to join them. Just trying to get to... Alright, then Gerard goes to the house where he grew up, where he has siblings, and his mother who has become sick. He has a very, very sad interaction with his sister, where she tells him to get out of the house because he went to become general to support his family and help, and it backfired horribly because she can't even get a job because Rebel is such a bad king that they're afraid if they do anything disrespectful to Gerard's sister, that Rebel's gonna send the general of Bawal to go do something to them or put them in jail. So she can't even get a job. He's not making enough money to provide for them. The mom's sick. They can't afford the medicine to save her. So his sister, her name is Amelie, she gives him a really, really hard time. And then he's like, by the way, I'm leaving to go find warriors to kill dragons. And she's like, maybe don't do that and stay and help support the family. And they have a bit of a falling out. And then he leaves to go with Griffin. And they're on bad terms. Then Wiglaf has a friend named Rapez, who is, at this point in the story, he is Mira's boyfriend, but it's complicated. But Wiglaf and Rapez team up to go look for... They go to scout Dawn and Faris because they heard there were two promising warriors in the town of Davish. So they go, they meet Dawn's dad, Edgar, who basically begs them to take Dawn. But Wiglaf assesses their skill and decides that they're not ready yet. Rapez, on the other hand, Rapez is like, I don't know, I think you should take Dawn because with your ability to train people, I think she has a lot of promise. And Wiglaf's like, I appreciate your input, Rapez, but I'm standing by it. They're not ready yet. So they decide not to take Dawn and Faris. In the meantime, Gerard knows a mage that might be useful to their cause, named Grimoire. So they're going to the Azuldra territory to go find this mage. There's a magic school, like a mage school, Harry Potter style. There's a mage school that they're going to see if this guy is still at, so they can recruit him. We do a chapter that gives us a little insight into the Dragonkin. So I know this is a lot, but we read a lot the other day, and I just want to catch everybody up. We do a little cut to the Dragonkin side, and there is a Dragonkin by the name of Arok Doomcaller. And he is a young aspiring warrior belonging to the clan of Brachus Thunderbone, one of the greatest names I've ever created. And Arok finds out the news that the ascended dragon that Griffin killed has been killed. And he goes to their leader named Sky Highborn. And he's like, how are we going to let this human just kill one of our own and not retaliate? And then Sky explains to him like, "Hey, I told his name is Avernax, the dragon that Griffin killed. He's like, I told Avernax, like, yo, if you go outside of Mundus Draconum and you start killing humans, the humans are gonna retaliate, and we can't really do anything about it. You know, we can't help you. Like at that point, you know, you didn't listen to me. You went out and you fought the humans and they killed you. That's on you. Not how Sky actually talks, but you get the gist. So Arok storms out. He's upset with that answer. He's like, you know, he's mad. He's like, listen, like we can fly and breathe fire. Like why are we afraid of humans? But Sky is trying to tell him like the best way for us to expand and grow as a race is to befriend the humans and try to coexist with the humans. So Sky is all like, we need to work with the humans. We can learn from them. They can learn from us. We need to coexist with the humans, not kill them. Plus, on top of that, it is known at this point that humans have developed abilities called arts, and not every human has them, but every art is different, or for the most part, they're different. Plus, they could also use magic, but because of the unpredictability of arts, there's no way they can like guarantee that they have that advantage. You know, they think like, oh, we could fly and breathe fire. They can't possibly compete with that. But Sky's trying to explain to him like, we don't know if they can compete with that. Like, we're not 100% sure that there are not like, you know, people that can counter what we can do or even do what we can do. So eat the humans suck, kill everyone. Good thing you're not the leader of the Dragon Kid. But yes. So Arok gets mad and he storms out. So Arok is meant to be like kind of the opposite of Griffin, right? So Griffin is trying to rally the humans to go fight the Dragonkin, and Arok is trying to rally the Dragonkin to go fight the humans. So they are kind of like the same, just on different sides of the fight. So then Griffin and Gerard get to Cressrin, which is the name of the school in Azuldra, and they meet Palin, who's the owner of the school. Shout out to our boy Palin. I played Final Fantasy XI with Palin, and I put him in the book. There's a couple of Final Fantasy XI people in my book series. So shout out to the homie, Palin. He runs the mage school, and they go and they ask if Grimoire is still there, to which they learn that Grimoire has left the school a long time ago. Viking of Rose, hello. How are you today? We learned that Grimoire has left the school, and nobody really knows why. Part of it has to do with Palin. Basically, they try to teach the mages in the school to hone what they are good at first. So like in Grimoire's case, he is a water mage. So all of his spells have to do with water, or are water-based spells. And Palin wanted him to continue to learn water magic. But Grimoire wanted to expand out of water magic and learn a little bit of everything. And Palin was like, well, get to that. I want you to keep learning water magic. They had a dispute, and Grimoire left. They try to figure out where he could have possibly went, and they get a lead that is going to send them to the Davish territories again. But before that, they're introduced to Rex Amador, who is a fire mage, and he's very impressive. Effing Palin, am I right? What's up, Jays? Yeah, Palin's in my book series. It's right here. So they meet this guy Rex, who's a fire mage, but fire does nothing to the dragons. So even though he's really impressive, Griffin's like, yeah, we can't take him, but we can't tell you why we can't take him. And on top of that, to add insult to injury, Rex and Grimoire have beef. So the fact that they're already looking for Grimoire has Rex mad. And then they refuse to even take him, even though he shows promise, because they just want Grimoire at this point, because he's friends with Gerard. So Rex is like tilted at this point. So they refuse to take Rex because they can't really use him. They don't want to just like outright say like, hey, we are trying to put together a team to fight dragons. So they're like, yeah, we can't take him, but we can't tell you why, even though he is really impressive. We just want Grimoire. So then they leave the school, and that's when they regroup with Wyglef and Rapez. And Wyglef's like, they showed promise, but I don't think Dawn and Faris are ready. Griffin's like, but did you say that their parents are loaded and rich? And Wyglef's like, yeah. So he's like, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go back, and you're going to take Dawn, and you're going to take Faris, and you're going to take the dad's money. Because they need money to get supplies. And there is a gladiator in the arena of Tark that they want to recruit to the team. So, in order to free him, they need money. So, this is where Griffin's like scheming and stuff begins. And they return. I think that's the next chapter. Oh, there's actually something that happens before that. When they're about to go back to Davish, they notice a group of bandits surrounding a young girl, and they're about to attack her, but they get close, and the bandits are like freaking out. Excuse me, they're like losing their minds. And they walk up, and Wyglef's like, we should help. You know, she's about to be attacked by bandits. And Gerard's like, it's in our path anyway, you know, like, let's go help her. So Rapez is like, hey, leave that girl alone. And the bandits are like, you don't see that monster? And Rapez is like, it's a monster? And so what we learn is that this is our character, Iria Rain, who she has special abilities, but she also has like a curse put on her, basically, that gives her a demonic aura that makes all of your fears come to light. So these bandits don't see a little girl that's in trouble. They see her as a monster. They see each other as a monster. And then, isn't Repels that old online RPG? Is that how it was spelled? I don't remember, but no. And yes, at the same time. So as the Dragon Knights get close to help out, like Wyglef, Gerard, and Rapez get close, they also see these like horrible creatures and things. So Griffin tells them to like back up because it's obviously an effect of being close to the girl. And using that, they are able to send in one at a time and call out to each other, like if they're swinging at a bandit or the girl. And they're able to defeat the bandits. Then, by creating space, they realized that Iria was showing them her as a little girl because that's how she sees herself in that instance. But she's actually a grown woman with 6 arms, and obviously this demonic aura about her. So she's like, "Stay away from me. I don't know how to like turn this off." And they're like, we'll help you find a way. And what they end up doing is they send Rapez with Iria at a safe distance back to Bawal, where that necromancer guy, Shadow, is able to create these like anti-magic bracelets that need to be recharged with magic, but they provide a temporary blocking of Iria's aura, so you can actually like stand next to her and not freak out. I see Palin is causing trouble. Yeah, Palin, he's in the first book a lot more than he's in this. But yeah, Palin basically tries to help them find a substitute for Grimoire, but he suggests to them a fire mage, and they can't use a fire mage. So that was basically it. Ladies are trouble. So that's how they recruit Iria. She comes back later when they're at Davish, but so they return to Davish. They check in a bar looking for Grimoire. They find out that Grimoire has wronged the owners of this establishment, that he stole something precious from the owner, and that he has a gambling problem. And one of the barmaids who does know Grimoire and is actually friends with Grimoire tells them that the last she knew, he was heading towards Tark, which is exactly where they wanted to go anyway. And that he's been, like, I guess, gambling on the games in the arena in Tark. So their mission is starting to come together, because the gladiator Griffin wants to recruit is in Tark. Grimoire is potentially in Tark, so that's their next destination. But before they go there, they stop in by Dawn. They decide to take Dawn and Faris, but they ask Edgar to provide them enough money to get supplies, and they regroup with Rapez and Iria. They get the bracelets so they could stand next to Iria, rather. And then on their way out, Dawn's mom, Aurora, is like, we have a bunch of stuff in our shed that we're not using. So if you guys want, you could go check what's in there and see if there's anything useful to you. They go in, there's like some old, weapons and armor, nothing they could really use. But as the little cliffhanger type thing for this chapter, Rapez notices a shiny red object beneath a pair of gauntlets. And then he suggests that they shouldn't waste too much time here. This is important. That's why I'm pointing it out. But not necessarily important to this story, but it's important. And that's where we ended. We got up to chapter 6. So anybody who wasn't here Tuesday, if you were listening to that long-winded explanation of what you missed, you're caught up for the most part. And now we can start reading the new stuff. I was trying to, buy as much time for Kitty to get here, but I don't know where she's at. But we could always catch her up. How many chapters today? I mean, I might try to finish it, because we did 62 pages, or 61, I guess. 61 pages, and there's 123 total. If my voice doesn't give out, I would like to try to finish it. She can also watch the VOD. Yeah, so these streams, I multi-stream these to YouTube as well. So they'll be on the YouTube, like literally. When I end stream, they'll be on YouTube. So she could always watch the YouTube. I could give her like the timestamp, which is, how long have we been live for? An hour and 40 minutes. I could just tell her like skip to an hour and 40 minutes. Just write down an hour and 40. Alright, I keep hitting into my mic, dude. Oh my god. This mic arm is terrible. I need to get a new mic arm. Because it's really hard for me to adjust. And I was hoping to have a mic where I could just like adjust it easier, but if I like knock it off, it takes me forever to set it back up. I'm listening, but I won't comment while you read. I don't want to interrupt. Alright, fair enough. It's okay if you do. I mean, it's all good. But yes, this is chapter 6 of Soldier's Crest, the Dragon Knight Chronicles. Alright. In the morning, Edgar summoned one of his carriages to help the knights get to Tark. This carriage was also much larger than something they would be used to. The extra space was a necessity now that their party had grown. Dawn and Faris sat side by side. Dawn had the window seat. Beside them was Iria, trying her best not to make physical contact with Faris. The other knights squeezed in across from them. Yeah, even though they have the bracelets, like if Iria were to like touch your arm, you would still like completely lose it. So she's still trying to keep her distance. Ready to see the world? Wyglaff broke the silence. We've traveled to Rubrum before, said Dawn. She was smiling. We were always forbidden to go to Tark, though. Edgar didn't seem to protest, said Rapez. He knows it's part of our growing up, added Faris. We're both not children. I hope you all realize that. I mean, sure, we're younger than you four, but we're not kids. I like him, Rapez said with a hearty laugh. You're going to learn a lot from us old geezers. Once we reach Tark, let me do the talking, Griffin explained. These are not the friendliest people, and the man we're after is also not very friendly. Are we sure we even want him, then? Wyglaff asked. This man has no equal in one-on-one combat. The fact that he has been the champion of Tark for years now is proof of that. He will be a big addition to our team. Griffin looked behind him. We should have plenty of money to afford him. Edgar loaded up the back of the carriage with 5 large sacks filled with gold coins. The money hardly put a dent into the Windar's treasury. The large Colosseum of Tark seemed to rise into the sky forever. The crimson-red walls that surrounded it were amplified by the sun. Dawn couldn't help but stare for a few moments as Rapez, Wyglaff, Gerard, Griffin, and Faris got out of the carriage. Iria and I will guard the gold, Gerard said. Leave it to us, Iria said as she emerged from the carriage, utilizing all of her arms. She was not accustomed to being welcomed by others, so her movements were still clumsy and unnatural. The bracelets seem to have given you new life, Griffin said. I just want to help the team, Iria replied. Griffin nodded to Gerard, then entered the Colosseum with the rest of the group. Inside, the walls were also red, though a much lighter shade. Willis. While the outside was hot, the inside was twice as bad. Sweat immediately began to form on their brows. I wore too much clothing for this journey, laughed Faris. Had I known, we could have saved time. Who the hell are you? One of the patrons asked from behind a desk, his words abruptly ending Faris's laughter. In front of him were different parchments for writing. Some of them appeared to be ancient. Also on the table were numerous cards with drawings on them and tiny wooden figurines. Griffin put his hand out to ensure no one would speak before him. My name is Griffin. I've come to speak to you about one of your gladiators. You from Bawal? As the group approached the man, they got a better look at him. He was small, hunched over, and had a cloak that covered his entire body, so their initial view of him was shrouded. Up close, the man was more monster than human. A long, pointy nose, sharp teeth, and 2 different colored eyes. On his right eye was a small metal monocle that protruded from his eye to magnify what he was seeing. In his hand was one of the pieces of parchment, and he did not take his eye off it. We are knights from Bawal, yes. You are a goblin? Griffin answered. Keen observation, the goblin. Why are all my goblins from New York, by the way? Keen observation. The goblin gave Griffin a look as if he offended him. Those 2 don't look the part, the goblin said, pointing to Dawn and Faris. New recruits, said Griffin. They are of no concern to you. I'll give you 50 gold pieces for both, the goblin said with a snort. They're not for sale, Wyglaff intervened, stepping in front of Dawn and Faris. That's too bad, the creature laughed. I don't know why he's from New York. Then what gladiator do you want to see? Do you want to place a bet on their next match? I wish to purchase one. Griffin folded his arms as he was now standing right in front of the desk. They're pricey. The goblin finally put the paper down. You sure you have the money to purchase one? We do, Griffin answered firmly. You want to purchase it to fight, or you want to purchase it to keep? Griffin now had the goblin's full attention. He refers to them as its when they're people, Dawn said, disgusted. They are slaves, Wyglaff explained. In their eyes, they are nothing more than property. That's wrong, Dawn said. Very, but not much we can do about it, added Rapez. We could free them, Dawn said as she began to move forward. Wyglaff's large hand grabbed her skinny arm. We won't be doing that. This entire Colosseum is filled with their soldiers, their workers. We would be completely outmatched and outnumbered. Wyglaff was whispering as he explained the situation. Maybe one day we could convince Rubrum to crack down on the operations here, but the Colosseum brings in too much revenue. It would be a difficult fight. We want to keep him, free him, said Griffin. How much would that cost? Depends on the gladiator, the goblin snorted again. Tarzan Rank, Griffin said. The mere mention of his name sent the goblin into an uproar. At first he paced back and forth. Spit and pieces of what looked like tar began to flail from its mouth. It was visibly angry and upset, but that quickly turned into laughter. The goblin slammed its open palms on the desk in front of it, the parchment cards and figurines bouncing as he did so. You want to purchase Tarzan Rank? The goblin tried to speak through laughter. He's our highest grossing gladiator and has been our champion for years. I stand by what I said. Griffin remained immovable in his decision. All of the concern rested with the others behind him. Doesn't seem good, Ferris said. I hope he knows what he's doing, Wyglaff added. The goblin grew serious. 20,000 gold pieces. 20,000? Rapez stepped forward. I don't think anyone is worth that. You shut your mouth. This has nothing to do with you, the goblin yelled as he pushed himself up onto the desk. His large feet knocked most of what he was working on onto the floor. 20,000 gold pieces, nothing more, nothing less. Done, Griffin said, nonchalantly and to the amusement of the goblin. Done? We don't have that money, Rapez said. We do, in the back of the carriage, Griffin answered. That's all the money my father gave you for supplies, Dawn yelled. Wyglaff still holding her back. We'll convince Boal to supply our campaign. Tarzan is necessary. Griffin never looked back at them. He just kept his eyes on the goblin. You're crazy, continued Rapez in disbelief. No one is worth that. We have the money in a carriage outside, Griffin said. Rapez and Dawn will escort your men to the carriage and complete the transaction. Wyglaff, Ferris, and I will meet the man. Very well. The goblin jumped off the desk and signaled to two men standing on either side of the room. The group didn't even notice them. They were perfectly still the whole time. Go outside with these humans and grab the money. The two guards did as the goblin commanded. Rapez, who was still complaining, led the way with Dawn beside him. I trust you know what you're doing, Wyglaff said under his breath as the goblin led the way through the Colosseum. You'll soon learn that I always have a plan, Wyglaff. I am always one step ahead. Griffin grinned as the words left his lips. My side is always the winning side. The goblin walked up to another guard stationed in front of a large metal door. No wonder there is hardly any metal on Chroma. It's all being used here, Wyglaff observed. Between the armor and the doors in this Colosseum, it's amazing there is any metal available elsewhere. Open the door, the goblin commanded, and the guard began to slowly open it. Though the door looked like a cell door in and of itself, the two Boal knights quickly realized this wasn't much of a prison at all. Inside was a large room with multiple couches, tables with clay bottles of wine and water, a few tropical-looking plants that appeared to have been taken straight from a Zuldra, and a large pool in the back. I was watching way too much Spartacus when I wrote this, by the way, so prepare yourself. Yo, Steve Tameless is talking in the YouTube chat. Yo, what's up? What up, Tameless? What is this? Griffin said as he looked around the room. When you're a champion for years, you get the perks, the goblin said. He started to leave, then turned back. Good luck talking him into leaving. The guard pulled the door closed. Look at all of these women. Wyglaff's mouth was open and he caught himself, quickly closing his mouth and clearing his throat. He remembered Ferris was there and that he is to be a role model for the younger knight. Ferris, however, had no shame and was practically drooling beside him. Relax, old man, Griffin said with a laugh. This might be harder than I thought. As the three knights approached the pool, a tall man with dark brown hair stepped out from it. He wasn't wearing much at all, small shorts that hardly covered him. Tarzan was the ultimate physical specimen. His chest and arms appeared as if chiseled from stone, each detail in the muscles of his legs on display as he walked up the steps of the pool and as he dried himself with a nearby towel. The sheer size of his arms would be enough to send the other gladiators running. Despite the two large knights in front of them, the women in the room never took their eyes off the champion of Tark. He walked over to one of the tables and drank directly out of one of the clay bottles. Tarzan Renk, Griffin said. The rumors appear to be true. Who are you three? Tarzan slowly lowered the bottle down onto the table. You here to sponsor a match? Not quite, Wyglaff added. We just bought your freedom, said Griffin. The immediate gasp in unison of the women in the room startled him. Is that not a good thing? What did you do that for? Tarzan slammed his hand on the table and obliterated the clay bottle. You think I don't like it here? I'm the champion. You can't buy the champion. Actually, he just did, Wyglaff answered. It's true, I did. It seems every man has a price to the goblin who runs this establishment. Griffin walked over and grabbed one of the clay bottles and shook it before taking a drink. You don't really want to be a slave for the rest of your life, do you? Take a look around. Tarzan had his arms spread out. You think I'm treated like an average slave? Why the hell would I want to leave this? You don't want to die? Wyglaff said, thinking it a fair response. You don't know anything about me. Tarzan let out a sigh. To die in battle, in the arena, is the only glory that I seek. You've taken that away from me. With hopes of glory that would overshadow any glory achieved in this arena. Griffin put the bottle down and walked over to Tarzan. Sure, you could go on for years defeating all inferior men before you until the day comes that you're off your game, or you're too old to continue doing this and you get bested, you die. Sounds good to me, Tarzan said, practically in Griffin's face. And if there was greater glory out beyond these walls, achievements that no man could say they've accomplished? Griffin stepped back to make space between them, knowing how dangerous Tarzan was. Do you want to be like all the champions before you and suffer a similar fate? Or do you want to do something that has never been done before? Tarzan turned around and looked at all the women still in the pool who had become completely silent, intently listening. Cut to the effing chase. If the reasoning ain't good, I'm gonna knock your teeth out. He's also from New York, apparently. I can't help it. My colleagues here and myself and a few other knights from Bawal are joining forces to put an end to the Dragonkin. Griffin didn't take his eyes off Tarzan in hope of gauging his interest. What? Tarzan burst out laughing. The women behind him all laughed with him. You came all the way over here from Bawal, spent God knows how much money on freeing me, just to try to convince me to help you fight dragons? Tarzan, still laughing between words, turned to face the women behind him. I thought you looked dumb when you walked in, but now I know you're three of the dumbest people I've ever met. Where do you think the Dragonkin will attack first once they've decided to take over Chroma? They are literally just a few miles away from Tark. Griffin folded his arms, bringing one hand up to rub his chin. If I were the one in charge of the dragons, I would just take the nearest city. Rubrum is too big with too many soldiers, including Alencia Skyfall. The smarter of the options would be Tark. The Colosseum and the gladiators would prove difficult for humans to seize, but the ability to just fly over the arena walls and blow fire, they would wipe this place out in mere moments. Is that how the champion of Tark would want to go out? Added Wyglaff, following Griffin's lead. Before Tarzan could respond, the door once again slowly opened. The goblin came back in. I need you in the main lobby now, the goblin snorted. I have a problem and I think you're related to it. Us? Surprised, Griffin and Wyglaff followed the goblin. The guard left the door open. He's a free man now, the goblin said. Leave it open and go find another post. The guard nodded and left with the goblin. Tarzan stood there silently for a moment, turning to the women who were still concerned for the future of their champion. When Griffin, Faris, and Wyglaff entered the lobby, they immediately paused at the doorway. Standing in front of the desk were two large dragonkin. One had a purple cloak draped over his head and back. The other had leather armor covering its body and long snout. The one with the purple cloak was speaking to the goblin when they entered. He pointed at the Bawal knights as he spoke. The only thing that made sense was Nar, which the knights assumed was the goblin's name because it was mentioned repeatedly. You speak Dragonkin? Wyglaff asked the goblin. Yeah, the goblin replied. When Wyglaff spoke, the Dragonkin stopped speaking. These two say they followed you here. They want to have words. You will have to translate for us, Griffin said. Can't do that. I can't leave the arena. Nar plopped down into his seat. I don't see why you would need to, began Griffin. They don't want to talk in here. They want to talk outside, Nar explained. Oh, Wyglaff looked at Griffin and the two exchanged a glance. They want to talk. Before the two parties could exit, a tall man with long brown hair tied up in a ponytail pushed his way through Griffin and Wyglaff and slammed money on the desk in front of Nar. Hey, can't you see we're handling business here? Nar jumped out of his seat again. The hell is this? Coin enough to wager on the champion, the man proclaimed. I won it fair and square in the pits, betting on the matches there. Fair and square? The goblin snorted again. You don't do anything fair and square, Grimmy. The mention of his name brought about another glance between the two Bawal knights. Unfortunately for everyone involved, it also garnered the attention of the Dragonkin. After saying his name, they began to ask questions in their language again. Nar simply nodded, looked around the room, then jumped back up on his desk. He grabbed the bag of coins that Grimoire just dropped on it. Okay, I need a drink. Hold on. I already feel like I'm getting like the nasally. We're good. As long as my voice isn't given out, yeah, we're good. Not the type to turn down money, especially yours, Grimmy. The goblin pushed the bag back in Grimoire's direction. But I can't take this and you need to leave right now. The goblin turns its attention behind it to Griffin and Wyglaff. You two need to get out also. The guards began to approach Griffin. Faris, and Wyglaff, but the three just pushed forward and walked out of the arena. There goes the voice. Grimoire followed them out. You three know those dragons? Grimoire asked. No, we were looking for you, though, Wyglaff replied. Why do they have so much interest in you? I stole from them. That's how I really got enough money for this wager. Grimoire's words caused Griffin, Faris, and Wyglaff to stop walking, but Grimoire didn't stop. Why are you so surprised? Everyone has to steal to survive on this planet, and if you're not everyone has to steal to survive on this planet if you're not part of an army. The dragons wanted us outside. I thought it was to fight. Wyglaff looked behind him. Why haven't they come out yet? When Wyglaff turned back to Grimoire's direction, he saw the mage jump backwards. A wall of water formed in front of him and shielded him from an attack that was only made visible by the swipe through his water wall. An invisible enemy? Griffin questioned. Seems that way. Wyglaff had his sword and shield ready. Stay close to me. Grimoire backed up and joined the knights. The stealthy dragonkin revealed itself. Slightly smaller than the two that were just inside the arena, this dragonkin also had a purple cloak. In his hand was a long dagger with a green substance dripping from it. Drake Hate-Stitch, said Griffin, one of the deadliest dragonkin assassins. He can turn himself and anything around him invisible, but he can only do one at a time. How do you know all of that? Grimoire asked, his hands ready to shoot water at their opponent. I'll tell you more about that later. Griffin turned around. I heard noise from the entrance of the arena. The other two must be coming now that Hate-Stitch revealed himself. When Grimoire joined Griffin in looking at the entrance, they were both surprised by what they saw. Out walked the champion of Dark himself, Tarzan Renk. In both hands, the tails of the dragonkin they saw earlier inside the arena. He dragged them across the dirt floor. Too heavy to throw both, he let go of one and tossed the other by its tail over near Hate-Stitch. Furious, Hate-Stitch vanished once more, and his movements could be heard beside the knights. Before he could reach Tarzan, Faris also vanished in a flash of light as he moved between Hate-Stitch and Tarzan. Removing his dagger from its sheath, Faris brought the blade up in a diagonal motion and felt a connection with the skin of the beast. Dragging the blade through Hate-Stitch's face, Faris made an incision just below Hate-Stitch's right eye and pulled upward across his snout. Yellow and green blood began to pour down Hate-Stitch's face as he became visible for a brief moment before vanishing again and leaving them. Should we pursue? Faris asked. The blood left on his dagger was a symbol of his first true victory. That quick movement was your art? Asked Wyglaff. Yes, I can run and move extremely fast, Ferris clarified. Try to follow him and scout ahead. Meet us back at the Windar Mansion as soon as possible, said Griffin. You got it, Ferris said as he dashed away. Yeah, Ferris is basically the Flash, so he's got super speed. Okay. It's early on, but he's also like extremely cocky. But he's got a little bit of that in this one, but by book one, he's like over the top. All right. We saw everything from a distance, but it was all over by the time we got here. Gerard was walking toward them with Iria, Rapez, and Dawn nearby. What was that all about? Excuse me. We were followed by the Dragonkin and they tried to pick a fight with us, said Wyglaff. I imagine those weren't the only three on our tail. Did the Goblin's men come out for the money? Griffin asked. Yeah, they took 20,000 pieces of gold. I hope that this guy was worth it. He is, as is he, added Griffin. Wyglaff stepped aside to reveal Grimoire standing behind him. Grimoire? Gerard walked over and embraced his old friend. Good to see a familiar face. What have I gotten myself into exactly? Grimoire looked past Gerard at Griffin. I suggested you to Griffin, saying you would be a fine addition to this team. Was I wrong? Gerard grinned. No better mages on Chroma, at least in my opinion, Grimoire laughed. We're gonna bring the fight to the Dragonkin, and I heard you're good with water magic. Are you up for the challenge? Griffin said this with a smile of his own. Does it make me a knight? Grimoire asked. A dragon knight of the Bawal Empire, Gerard confirmed. Becoming a knight without working for it and getting to partner up with Gerard? Hard to refuse a chance like this. Grimoire patted Gerard on the shoulder. I look forward to this opportunity, even if it's a fight against all odds. You don't think we can do it? Wyglaff asked. I just came from the Mundus Draconum, the place where the Dragonkin stay. Those Dragonkin were looking for me because I stole some of their things to make enough money to bet on a gladiator match. The Ascended Dragon that was recently killed in Davish was not the last of those. They have more than 5 of them from what I saw, and a ton of regular Dragonkin all over. I'm not sure how I didn't get caught. It's important that you didn't. Important that Ferris landed an attack that wounded one and sent it running. Important that I single-handedly defeated the aforementioned Ascended Dragon. Griffin looked around at each one of them as he spoke. All of those moments show that we are capable of hurting them, that we can rise up against them and actually stand a chance. As our numbers grow, so do our chances of winning this fight, despite the odds. I see why you follow this guy, said Grimoire. So the question is, Griffin ignored everyone else and looked right at Tarjan. Are you coming, Tarjan? Did you want to say something, Maddie, or you're just emoting? I know you didn't want to interrupt me, so I wasn't sure if that was you, like, wanting to say something. I will not be reading the curses, because I don't really curse. I don't know why I wrote curses in my stuff when I don't actually curse. So I will be saying, like, S-word or effing and stuff like that. But you guys know what it is. It did feel good to beat the S-word out of something that wasn't a human, Tarjan began. And this idea of defeating all of the dragons in the Draconum is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. The other knights all looked at each other. But you weren't kidding about the glory to be had here. I'll help you kill these dragons, but after you have to let me return to Tark, or at least go off on my own. This is super great. Thank you, Maddie. Look at you being wholesome. You know I don't really curse, so. Deal. Griffin put his hand out, but Tarjan walked past him. Where to next? Asked the now former champion of Tark. Looking down at his own hand in slight embarrassment and disappointment, Griffin said, Return to Davish. See if anyone heard anything. We know now that some Dragonkin have made their way north. If the ones we encountered weren't the only ones, then we might have more trouble on our way back to Bawal. Let's move. Gerard's words caused everyone to head toward the carriage. Rapez, wait, Griffin said as the other knights went on ahead. What is it? Rapez turned to face Griffin. He assumed Griffin was not pleased with his reactions when he made the deal for the price for Tarjan, but the topic never came up. I need you to return to the Windar Mansion one last time. Griffin revealed another bag of gold he had on him. If the dragon can cut through the fields on their way to Davish, or even worse, Bawal, then we need to know. With Faris going south, we need eyes on the Windars as well. They could be in danger. I'll handle it, no problem. Rapez took the gold. This is to get another ride there since you're taking the carriage? Exactly. There is extra in there for food, but I'm sure the Windars will accommodate you for providing protection. Stay there until we arrive. We will check Davish, then go there before we return to Bawal. Gotcha. You can count on me, said Rapez. Good. Make haste. Griffin walked away toward the carriage. What's up, Spartan? Alright, give me 1 sec. Alright. Chapter 7. I should probably get another water. We ain't making it through chapter 7 like this. I don't know. I know there's an epilogue too. We're on page 77 of 123, so we're cruising. Let me just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get a water and maybe use the bathroom because I've been drinking a lot since we started the stream. I'll be right back. I just need one more second and I'll be right back. I'm also muted. I'm back. And you got 15 minutes till bedtime. Hopefully you get chapter 7 done. Yeah, at least like we were talking about, it will be on YouTube if you want to watch the rest. Let's see if I can make it through chapter 7. I don't know what it is. Like, I mean, I don't talk a lot in general, like outside of streaming. But I start reading and like my voice is like, I'm out of here. All right, I'm gonna head out. Okay. We got 15 minutes to knock out chapter 7 for Maddie. We got this. All right. Oh, stuff gets crazy at this point. I didn't even realize we were at this point. Yeah, if I need to, we will finish it next stream. I had to do a lot more talking before we started reading this time. Like I said, on Tuesday, I did like a 20-minute intro and we got right into the reading. This time it was like a 2-hour intro and then we started reading, so, or like an hour and a half more so. All right. Davish was not the same when they arrived, not even close. Griffin had the carriage stop further out than normal due to the fact that they could see smoke rising from the middle of the town and bright orange flames dancing on the houses they could see. The Dragonkin beat us here. Gerard hesitated after they exited the carriage. We have to see if we can mitigate some of this damage, Griffin said. Grimoire, can you put out the flames? Depends on how much of that fire has spread throughout Davish. I'll do what I can. Grimoire rushed ahead and the other knights followed. Griffin was closest to him. Enter through the main entrance, but swiftly go off to the side. Work your way around and meet us in the middle. If you run ahead and go to the center of the fire, we may not be able to protect you while you put out the flames. Griffin motioned with his hands where he wanted Grimoire to go as he said it. Sounds like a plan. I'll rendezvous with you all in the center. With that, Grimoire ran off to the right just as they reached the entrance. He followed the right side of the first house he saw and made his way toward the flames. As the other knights made their way toward the middle of Davish, a deep voice from a nearby alley halted them in their tracks. It was the Dragonkin language, so none of them knew what was being said. When they turned to face the voice, they saw one of the largest Dragonkin they had ever seen. Arok Doomcaller stood triumphantly, the product of his assault all around him. Standing in front of the large Dragonkin was an average-sized human with dark brown hair and glasses. His clothes were burnt and torn, and Arok had a firm grip on his shoulder. Rendezvous. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you. I was struggling. Amazing to find a human that speaks our language. The human began translating through a shaky voice. Arok continued behind him and continued to translate. I am Arok Doomcaller. Doomcaller? I can't speak. I am Arok Doomcaller, proudest hunter of the Dragonkin. What do you want? Griffin asked. The human translated the English into Dragonkin, then translated Arok's response. To survive. Griffin went to answer, but 4 more Dragonkin leapt out from between the nearby houses and began to surround them. Gerard readied his mace, Wyglaff his sword and shield, and Dawn her spear. Iria was not given any weapons as they did not expect to be fighting so soon. She stood in the middle of the group for protection. Tarzan raised his fists, the only weapons he needed. This is unnecessary. Let us talk first, Griffin shouted. Arok responded, his tone much more ferocious than before. Enough talking, the human translated, but before he could finish, Arok tossed him aside and ran in. Arok's weapon was a large sword with bones surrounding both the blade and the handle. It was massive to accommodate the size of the beast wielding it. Griffin finally drew his sword to block the incoming attack, but Arok overpowered him and pushed him to the ground. The next attack met Wyglaff's shield, which brought Griffin time to gather himself. This is bad. We're not prepared for this fight. Not yet. Wyglaff pushed Arok back. The large dragonkin spun around and knocked Wyglaff back with his tail. As he pushed forward, he began to loose it and jump up and lose it. I can't read since coming back downstairs. As he pushed forward, he began to lose it and jump up and down, smashing the ground around him. Stay away, Iria yelled as she stood in front of Wyglaff and Griffin. Arok yelled something to the other 4 dragonkin, then ran off into the middle of Davish. We can't let them finish destroying the city, Gerard said. I think it's already destroyed, Tarzan responded. Good job forcing them back. Griffin adjusted his armor that had been rattled in the fight. We need to get Iria weapons, then regroup. If they head south, my parents and Rapez will be in danger, Dawn said. We should make our way south. Dawn has a point. Davish may already be lost to us, Gerard said. Tarzan walked over to a nearby building and kicked the door in. What are you doing? Asked Gerard. The girl needs a weapon, right? Tarzan replied. Gerard nodded to him, then entered. He noticed the back of the building had already collapsed. Under the rubble, he could see an arm. Didn't end well for this family. Griffin entered behind him. Wyglaff remained outside with Tarzan just in case more dragonkin attacked. See anything? A sword on the wall, that's it. Gerard moved in to grab it. Good enough for now. Any idea how to wield it? He turned and handed the sword to Iria, making sure not to make contact. Never wielded one before. I'll try my best. Iria accepted it and held it awkwardly in her bottom right hand. It'll have to do. Let's head to the middle, Griffin said. He led the way out of the building past Wyglaff and toward the center of the town. There were bodies everywhere, some completely black from the fire, some missing limbs, others with bite marks half the size of their torsos. This was a slaughter, Gerard said as he walked past the bodies. First of many if we don't stop them, added Griffin. When they reached the middle of the town, Arok and 4 dragonkin were speaking to each other and talking strategy. The knights hid behind a nearby wall of one of the buildings. Wyglaff and I will pressure first, Gerard said. Griffin had a plan, but he felt it best to let Gerard, an actual general of battle, call the shots here. Iria will follow in behind Wyglaff and get them into a frenzy. Then Griffin, Tarzan, and Dawn, he shimmied it to face them as he diagrammed the plan on his palm. You 2 will enter in and take them out while they're distraught and frightened. Are you stroking out? I think so. Good plan, Wyglaff said with a smile as he patted his friend on the shoulder. Can you handle taking the life of one of these beasts? Wyglaff asked Dawn. If they keep going south, my family will be in danger. Dawn looked down at the ground for a moment, then up at Wyglaff. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen. As soon as the words came out of Dawn's mouth, Wyglaff and Gerard rushed out into the open. The dragonkin immediately ran after them, but couldn't see Iria behind Wyglaff. He ducked and put his shield up, and Iria jumped off of it and swung at Arok. The leader of this group of Dragonkin jumped back just in time to avoid the attack, and far enough to avoid Iria's aura. The other 4 were not so lucky, but Arok did not stay to see or share their fate. He ran out of Davish and headed south, much to the concern of Dawn. There was no time for such distractions or feelings, however, as Iria's aura opened the way for Dawn and Griffin's assault. They joined the fight and took advantage of the distracted Dragonkin. Dawn used her quickness and agility to jump into the center of the beasts, shoving the head of her spear directly into one's throat. The beast roared as blood sprayed all over the ground. She pushed the spear forward, but the beast wouldn't go down. It grabbed the shaft of the spear and threw Dawn to the dirt ground beneath them. Gerard used his mace and struck the spear's end so hard that it shot all the way through the Dragonkin's throat and came out the other side. Dawn seized the opportunity and grabbed her green blood-covered spear and struck the same Dragonkin in the lower back. It roared and turned to face her, but Iria cut the Dragonkin's stomach open with her sword, all 6 of her arms holding the handle at once. The beast collapsed in a puddle of its own blood. By the time Dawn and Iria readied themselves for the next Dragonkin, one had already been killed by Griffin and Wyglaff, and another one was on the ground being pummeled to death by Tarjan. Gerard, having just helped Dawn get her spear back, was already engaged with the final Dragonkin. The other knights began to press toward it, but the Dragonkin was aware it was the last one and used its 4 legs to run away. "At that speed we won't catch it," Dawn yelled. "We can't let another one get away," added Wyglaff. A blur was visible for a moment in front of the Dragonkin, and that same blur flipped past it. The Dragonkin's throat sliced open and blood rained down before it collapsed to the ground, dead. "Tried to go as fast as I could," Ferris said with a smile. "You went to Rubrum and came back already?" asked Gerard. "Here I was thinking I made bad time," Ferris continued through his laughter. "Impressive," Griffin added. "You and Dawn are proving to be fine additions. What's your report?" "I went through Rubrum and in and out of Mundus Draconum. If it's an all-out assault on Chroma, the rest of the Dragonkin aren't aware. I didn't see any of them preparing to attack, but I also didn't see the purple-cloaked ones that attacked us. We ran into Arok Doomcaller. He must be calling the shots on this campaign that the Dragonkin are on. Unusual," Griffin said. "I know a lot about the Dragonkin, and will teach you all when I can. Sky Highborn is the true leader of the Dragonkin, and if he's not calling the shots here, we might be in for more trouble than I originally imagined." "But that means not all of the Dragonkin are bad," Dawn suggested. "If it's just this group, then it won't lead to a war." "It all depends on how the rest of the humans interpret this attack. Sanctivel is close by, as is Azuldra," said Gerard. "If they take this attack on Davish the wrong way, they might think the Dragonkin are coming for them next. It might grow our numbers," said Wyglaff. "If they're not scared," added Ferris. "I mean, despite what's happening here, most people wouldn't pick a fight with these things. They demolished Davish in seconds. They could easily do the same to Azuldra and Sanctivel in minutes." "We have to show them not to be afraid," Griffin added. "If we can prove to them that we can fight back, then they will support our efforts." A loud splash of water crashing against the building behind them caused them all to avert their gazes. Grimoire put out the last of the fire. "All done," he said. "Harder than it looks." "Any survivors?" asked Wyglaff. "Quite a few. I had them help each other and gather up in the pub. We need to send them help and rations as soon as we are able." Grimoire looked down at his hands. Clearing all of that fire took a lot out of him. "Ferris," Griffin turned to him. "Go to Sanctivel and get them to send help to those left in Davish. Meet us at the Windar mansion after. We're going to pursue them." A simple nod and Ferris was gone again. "If we're going to move, we need to move now," Gerard said. "The sun is going down and we don't want to fight Arok and the rest of the Dragonkin in the dark." "Agreed, especially because we'll have no cover. The Davish fields are wide and we'll be out in the open," said Wyglaff. "It's true. There are a few farms along the way, but none close enough to the mansion to have cover while we scout," added Dawn. "Once night falls on the fields, we will be easy prey for the Dragonkin." "Would you be able to lead us even on foot, Dawn?" Griffin asked. "I could get us there, though there aren't any shortcuts from where we are currently," Dawn replied. "Not much of a choice. Let's go." Griffin put his hand out for Dawn to lead the way, and they exited Davish. In a similar way to when she would play with Faris when they were children, Dawn led the knights through the forest that borderlined the Davish fields. They could all still smell the smoke and fire from the remains of Davish, and each step through the forest brought more and more anxiety, especially for Dawn. The Dragonkin had already made their way through the field. If the Dragonkin had already made their way through the field, then the two people who raised her, the two people she spent majority of her life with, could be in immense danger. Once reaching the fields themselves, the knights continued their hurried pace. Faris returned and ran up beside them. Quick again, Griffin said through deep breaths. Sanctivale is sending help to Davish, Faris said, slowing his pace to match theirs. He wanted to rush forward and see what was happening, but he made a promise to Edgar that he would keep Dawn's safety a priority over all others. Therefore, he felt it best to stay close to her side, in case the Dragonkin were waiting to ambush them. He was right in doing so. From the outskirts of the fields and the same forest they just emerged from, 4 Dragonkin flew out of the forest, 2 on either side. One went directly for Wyglaff, the biggest target, and tackled him to the ground. The most unfortunate of the 4 met Gerard's mace before he even stood a chance. The impact of the metal mace on the side of the dragon's large head caused it to burst open, and the dragon fell in bloody fashion. The remaining 2 surrounded them. One dropped in behind them. The other landed in a way that separated Dawn and Faris from the rest of the group. The dragon's tail kept them at a distance. "We'll handle this," Griffin yelled over the dragon. "Dawn, Faris, go check on your family." "We can't just leave you here," yelled Dawn in response. "They will be fine, Dawn." Faris grabbed her by her wrist. "We have to go check on them." Much to Dawn's resistance, Faris yanked her along and they headed for the mansion. "What if there are more dragons between here and there?" asked Grimoire, his back to Griffin's and his hands up and ready to use his magic. "If that's the case, we just have to hope they can outrun them." Griffin eyed the Dragonkin up and down. "These dragons are just fodder." "Still dragons," Wyglaff added, joining the others and bringing his Dragonkin to the party. 3 of them, 5 of us, Tarzan said. "Not even a challenge." "You sound disappointed," replied Gerard. "And as if the numbers weren't on our side, we also have a secret weapon." Griffin nodded to Iria. "Is it fine to keep hiding behind this girl?" Wyglaff asked, his pride taking a hit the last few fights. "Hiding behind her is one thing. Sending her in first every fight is another," said Grimoire. "I don't mind," Iria said as she stepped toward the dragon that tackled Wyglaff initially. "It's nice to have a purpose." She swung her sword in the dragon's direction and it parried it, but you could already tell that Iria's aura was affecting it in a major way. It flew up in the air briefly, crashed to the ground awkwardly, and flew sideways into one of his own comrades. The dragon he barreled into snorted smoke and screamed at him in the Dragonkin language, but Wyglaff slashed his arm and caused it to fly back. Grimoire took the opportunity to create a water turret that launched him up and over the Dragonkin's head and landed behind it. Now, with a better advantage, he blasted the Dragonkin's back with his water magic and forced him into Griffin, who was waiting to deliver the killing blow. The still frenzied Dragonkin was an easy mark for the knights, who all turned their attention to it. Wyglaff bashed it with his shield, Grimoire drenched it in water, and Iria climbed its large frame with her arms and finished it off by putting her sword through its skull. As it fell, she rolled off its body and went over to Gerard and Tarzan to help them with the final foe. "She's good," Grimoire said. "Where did you find her?" "Abandoned, alone on the road to Davish, about to get attacked by bandits," Wyglaff answered. "Wait, you just found this girl?" Grimoire asked again in disbelief. "Yeah, we're still learning about her, but she's pretty quiet. Seems to have a whole lot of rage pent up," Wyglaff added. "As long as that rage isn't directed at us, I'm fine with it." Grimoire rushed over to help, but Gerard, Tarzan, and Iria finished the Dragonkin off before he got there. "We need to get to the mansion and see if Dawn and Faris found anything," said Griffin. "Arak not being with this group has me worried." "87 out of 123. I'm tempted to just finish it, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel after Chapter 7. Okay. Excuse me. When the knights arrived, the front door I vote be done for the night after 7. All right, we'll see. 7 seems like it's got a lot more going. So, might have to. When the knights arrived, the front door of the mansion was off the hinges and in pieces scattered on the ground both inside and outside. Then another early stream soon to finish. That's a good idea, actually. The early time seemed to have worked way better than the later time, I think. When the knights arrived, the front door of the mansion was off the hinges and in pieces scattered on the ground both inside and outside. Understanding what may have transpired, acknowledging the possibility that the worst may be waiting beyond the doorway, and staying silent to not give away their presence, the knights made their way inside. Griffin led the way. Gerard, Tarzan, Grimoire, and Wyglaff behind him. Iria last to watch their backs. Iria was still keeping her distance just to be safe. On the way to the main living room, there were blood streaks on the wall leading up to it, and blood on the floor. There was a struggle, Gerard whispered. Griffin turned the corner into the living room itself, but it was empty. A nearby staircase was where the blood stains stopped. Griffin turned back and silently signaled to the rest that he was going up. They followed him upstairs, where a few more drops of blood were found. The trail led them to a large bedroom. Inside, they saw Dawn on the floor, cradling her mother's body, tears streaming down her eyes. Varys stood beside her, trying to be strong for his friend. What happened here? Griffin's question was directed at Varys. Had to be the dragons. The shock was written on Varys' face, but the other knights were impressed by how he kept himself together. Aurora didn't say anything before she died? Wyglaff asked. She was dead before we got here, replied Varys. What about Edgar? Asked Griffin. Dead in the cellar, cold before we arrived. Varys was fighting back tears. How did Arok beat us here so fast? Grimoire was trying to piece everything together, but a few things didn't add up to him. I don't think Arok was the one who did this, Griffin debunked. I think Arok was the distraction. He kept us in Davish and in the field while someone else committed this murder? Gerard clenched his fist. He knew we would get here before him, so he stalled us long enough to have the rest of the Dragonkin do his dirty work, Wyglaff added. Varys knelt down beside Dawn. I should have ran ahead. This isn't your fault. Dawn looked up, a reflection of the innocence and beauty of her mother. You stayed to protect me, like my mother and father asked you to. A shadow in the window caught Gerard's eye. They didn't leave, he said. They're surrounding the mansion. Grimoire moved to the side of the window and peeked out. Varys did the same on the opposite side. I see five, at least, on this side, said Grimoire. About the same here, Varys said. Hard to tell if any are just below the window. Is Arok there? Asked Griffin. How do I tell? Grimoire replied with a question of his own. Griffin inched his way to the window where Grimoire was to take a look for himself. Arok is much bigger and has more black markings, like tattoos. Got some movement in the forest on this side, Varys said as Gerard joined him. He's on this side. Gerard's words brought the rest of the group to their window. Grimoire stayed on his side to make sure the dragons didn't attack. Arok stepped out from the forest, and the rest of the Dragonkin on that side turned to face him. He was carrying a large piece of wood that was a dark red color. He spoke to the others in their language before looking up at the window, directly where the knights were watching. He raised the large wooden club in his hand, then used it to point further south. He's showing us his next target, Griffin said. South from here would be Bawal territories. Gerard backed away from the window. We can't let them take Bawal. At least we know where he's going, Wyglaff added. Why show us, though? Grimoire saw no movement from the dragons outside his window. He doesn't intend for us to follow him there. Look at the club. Varys watched in horror as the large red club started to light on fire on both ends. He's going to burn the mansion down. Griffin turned to Grimoire. Get downstairs and put out that fire before it starts. I need cover if they come in after it, Grimoire yelled. Tarzan, who had been silent up until this moment, cracked his knuckles. Leave that to me. Without saying another word, Tarzan ran downstairs. Grimoire followed him down. Arok was waiting at the door when they got down there. He launched the club with such force it ripped through the rest of the doorway and some of the walls before flying in toward Tarzan. Tarzan ran forward and slid under the club. The moment it touched the ground, it began lighting the house on fire. Grimoire immediately began to douse it with his water magic. It's not working, he yelled toward the stairs to warn Griffin and company. Tarzan, ignoring what was happening behind him, ran straight for Arok, who backed away from the door and began to run toward the forest. As soon as Tarzan exited the mansion, a massive dragonkin fist came for his face. He ducked the attack and wrapped both arms around the dragon's wrist and flipped him into two other dragons. We need to get out of here, probably through the window. Gerard was looking down to see if they could safely land. The dragons on this side are following Arok through the forest towards Bawal. Griffin removed his sword and smashed the window with the handle of it. Not much time to think this plan over. We have to get out of the house. Iria jumped out first, sliding on a piece of one of the mansion's balconies and crashing to the ground. She began to run for the shed with the weapons the knights were free to take from the last time they were here. You go next, Wyglaff said to Griffin. It's important that you make it out. We're all making it out of this, Griffin said. I'd rather go last to make sure you're all to safety. Honorable, began Wyglaff, but I'm more likely to destroy whatever we're sliding on with my size. Go. They're not small. Tarzan's just really strong. Plus momentum, like he's punching really hard. And Tarzan's like grabbing it and flipping it. So, it's a combination of Tarzan's really powerful and momentum. But they're not small. Arok's bigger than them, but they're pretty big. Griffin hesitated before Wyglaff turned him around by putting his hand on his back. Griffin exited the building. Gerard, Wyglaff called on him next. Gerard nodded to Wyglaff, then slid down the balcony and onto the ground as well. Dawn, I know this is harder for you than it is for us, but we need to go now, Wyglaff said. There isn't anything else we could do, Ferris said. I want to just look in her face once more. Hear her tell us about the past once more. Dawn wouldn't let go, but Ferris eased her off. I need you to focus, Dawn, please. Ferris helped her toward the window. You need to make this landing. Slide with her, Wyglaff said. I'm not sure if I could do that. Ferris looked out the window to double-check where he needed to land. You can do it. With your speed, you could get both of you on the ground like you never even fell out of the sky. Wyglaff patted Ferris on the shoulder. You can do this. Ferris hugged Dawn tight before backing out of the window and speeding to the ground. The impact made Dawn a little wobbly, as she wasn't accustomed to Ferris's speed. The two quickly gathered themselves as two dragonkin burst out from the back of the mansion. They were inside the whole time? Ferris asked as a dragonkin's blade whizzed by his face. Before he could react, Iria ran past them with multiple swords in all 6 of her hands. The way she moved was so fluid, it looked more like a beautiful dance than a relentless massacre. The two dragonkin went down quickly, as Gerard pulled both Dawn and Ferris back, just before Wyglaff crashed into the ground. I feel like that was so late. Like, I saw the dun-dun-dun redeem pop up, and it was like perfect timing because I was able to just like stop. And then that point. Alright, dusting himself off and clearing his throat, Wyglaff ignored the judgment of his comrades. We need to get they're judging him because he just crashed into the floor because he's big. We need to get Grimoire and Tarzan out. Meanwhile, that's what this means. Meanwhile, I don't know why it isn't working, Grimoire shouted as he continued to try to put out the flames. Exit through the back, Tarzan yelled over the fire. What about you? You won't make it through the front against all of those dragons. Grimoire suppressed the fire long enough to get a view of Tarzan. He had a few bruises and the soot was all over his face. Wait, Grimoire thought. Is he actually smiling? Taking Tarzan's reaction as his answer, Grimoire abandoned the fire and ran for the back door of the house. He dodged some more fire, then tripped on his way out the back door. As he rolled toward the other knights, the back doorway and half of the mansion collapsed from the fire. Grimoire! Gerard ran over to help his friend up from his knees. Where's Tarzan? He went out the front door. We need to go help him. Grimoire got up, but the roll took its toll. He was favoring his right leg. I'll go. Catch up when you can. Ferris zoomed off. When he arrived in the front of the house, there were dragonkin bodies everywhere, at least 10. Ferris stood in awe as the rest of the knights ran up to them. You did that with just your fists? Wyglyph asked. Like I said, Tarzan laughed, not even a challenge. He spit on the ground after he said it. Yeah, you said that when we had the advantage. This? Wyglyph looked around. This is just crazy. Are you planning on recruiting any more psychopaths for this mission, Griffin? Gerard said, both impressed and concerned. You say psycho, I say effective, Tarzan said as he brushed against Gerard's shoulder when passing by. The blood and soot covering Tarzan left a mark on his armor. Either way, we need to get to Bawal, and fast, Gerard added. Grimoire looked down at his hands. I don't know any teleportation magic, sadly. One of the only fields I didn't practice in before switching primarily to water magic. It's fine. Griffin turned once more to Faris. Are you up to doing another scouting mission for us? Have to be. Where to now? Faris looked out in the distance, the burning mansion behind him. Though the south border lines with Rubrum, there's no way they would go south just to attack a neighboring castle. Griffin began as Wyglyph and Gerard nodded in agreement with his words. Coming this far out, they are definitely eyeing up a Bawal territory. My guess? Dreadsmirk. It's the most populated and closest of the Bawal territories, added Gerard. Exactly. It makes the most sense that they would hit there instead of the smaller, closer towns. Griffin pointed in the direction of Dreadsmirk. If you cut through the forest there, it should take you to Dreadsmirk. But you need to pass through a town or two on the way. Make sure you're in the right place. I'll check those towns as well, just in case, but it should be easy to tell where the dragons are, Faris said. Sounds good. We'll catch up as soon as we can. If you see them, don't engage. Just help as many people as you can. If they're under attack, then get them to safety until we arrive. Griffin removed a dagger from the back of his belt. Take this with you. It's a bit sharper than what you're using. Don't use it unless you have to. Faris took a moment to admire the dagger. The handle was gold, and the blade looked like it was never used before. It was the cleanest weapon he had ever seen. Not that he had seen many in his lifetime. Thank you. I'll see you all in Dreadsmirk. We need to win the fight in Dreadsmirk, Griffin said. Arok has been 2 steps ahead of us the whole way. We need to show him that we're able to defeat them. Gerard folded his arms. The simple gesture reminded him of his sister and the conversations they had prior to him leaving with Griffin. I think we should not only go to Dreadsmirk. Share your thoughts, Griffin said. If Arok has been 1 step ahead of us at every turn, I feel like Dreadsmirk is too obvious. He knows we'll go there, meaning it could be another trap. Gerard looked to Wyglyph to approve of his observation. The Elder Knight was listening intently. The attack in Tark drew us to Davish. The destruction of Davish was a distraction so they could attack the Windar mansion. Now he points to where he's going and expects us to just follow him there? It does seem suspect. He's a little sus. This was before that was a saying, I think. It does seem suspect, said Wyglyph. I have no doubt he's going to attack Dreadsmirk, but what is he really doing that he doesn't want us to see? Griffin turned to look at the forest. What are we missing? Bawal is home to Gerard and I. Wyglyph's attention was on the mansion burning behind them instead. This mansion is of meaning to Dawn and Faris, plus he probably knew we were here. If my suspicions are correct, he's been following our moves since we got to Davish looking for Grimoire. Confronted us at Tark to put things in motion, added Grimoire. He has no intention of starting a war just because we're humans and he's a dragon, Griffin said. He wants it to be more personal, so this war has to happen. None of us have family in Dreadsmirk, Wyglyph said. He's going to Diremore, Gerard blurted out, sudden concern obvious in his voice. How did I not see it? It's just beyond Dreadsmirk. My siblings are there. It would help if I could read. I'll go with Gerard. Iria will come with us. We'll check Diremore. Griffin began speaking as Gerard already began moving toward the forest. We'll grab a carriage at the first town we see, since I don't think Iria could ride a horse without influencing it with her aura. The rest of you join Faris in Dreadsmirk. If we don't arrive before you're done there, get to Diremore as fast as possible. Send Faris ahead. Understood. Wyglyph nodded to Griffin. Keep Gerard's family safe. Keep Dreadsmirk from the same fate as Davish, Griffin replied, and they went their separate ways. Alright, Chapter 8. 97 of 123, I don't know. Maybe with a little break. Because apparently I can't read. I forgot how to read on my break.
Wow.
Wow. Why are some of these so difficult? Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. My stream is doing the delay thing again. I'm invisible again. He's invisible. He's invisible. Game time? Maybe. We were really close to done with Grand Blue Fantasy last night. But I also would like to wait for Kitty for that, so. I have to go to bed. Yeah, fair enough, Maddie. Have a good night. There is a good chance I might just finish this, so if you want to hear the rest, it should be on YouTube by tomorrow. So next early stream I'll be here. All right, fair enough. I will try to do some earlier streams. Our numbers were better. Our numbers were better, but have a good night, Maddie. But they seem to have just gone back down to normal as the night has gone on, which is fine. We're just testing and seeing what works, what doesn't work. I have been like chugging water, so I think I'm gonna just take another bathroom break. Maybe I'll grab a honey drop and then see how I feel after that. What do you guys think so far? Anybody else still hanging out in chat? Any lurkers that want to comment? And then also let me know if you want me to just like swap to a game for a little while. I mean, like I said, I'm trying to keep gaming off of the Fantasy Distractions YouTube channel, so I mean, what we could do is like end stream and then restart stream and just game and chill for the rest of the night, or should we try to finish this thing? I don't know. But let me know. I'll be back. Just gonna use the bathroom again. And then we'll figure it out. All right. Alrighty. I don't know what we should do. Give me 1 sec. All right. What are we thinking, chat? We just finished this thing? I don't know how to check like anything on YouTube. Like when it comes to like viewers and things like that. Like streaming on there is still like a little foreign to me. Excuse me. I really want to make a anime. I want to make an anime intro to for fantasy distractions. I had like ideas and stuff, but it's expensive. It's just that's the only thing holding me back is money. Like the other issue is whenever I find like an animator and I'm like, oh, this is the person I want to use, they don't have commissions open and there's like no way to contact them. And then the ones that I can contact, like the price is like astronomical. Like an average anime opening is like maybe like a minute and 15 seconds, like give or take. Just to get a minute and 15 seconds of animation done, like because it's probably because I need a lot of characters involved, is the price is insane. But that's like my dream. Like if we ever make it, I'm gonna get that made. It's gonna be probably a waste of money, but I would also like to get like MOA fully done. We did the first chapter of MOA and the second chapter with like a professional voice actress. Multiple pieces of art, stuff like that. Like it was really well done. It's just it was expensive. Like I couldn't keep up with it. That's the same reason why like with fantasy distractions, like the first one we released, even though like we did technically do like 75 short stories over the course of 50 weeks, the first two actually came out like months apart, like 3 months apart. So like Natalie came out, and then like 3 months later, Kai came out, and then 3 months after that, we started doing them without art, and then they all came out like as is. because the art took too long to get made. Like at that time I could afford the art, but like to get the art made, it was taking too long and it really slowed down the process. So that's why I started I started doing them without art because it was just easier to release. Sorry I haven't talked much this stream. I recommend your book to a friend and we got talking about different books. All good, Mistral. All good. I took you with us to Costco. Nice. I'm happy to have made the trip. Thank you, Kitty. Animation does cost a lot, but it would be nice for a new book trailer. Yeah, like I had like this really cool idea for a. You can actually see my books and my name. I mean, everybody knows my name at this point, but I'm gonna cover that up real quick. Since when is this tracking me? How long has that been going on for? That was pretty cool though. All I did was back up like this and it like centered me. That was cool. I had this like crazy idea for like an anime intro type of thing. I mean, I always think about this way too much. You know, like when they talk about how like men talk about the Roman Empire 24/7. I just think about making an anime intro. But anyway, I also think about the Roman Empire a lot though. But yeah, so I had this like crazy idea. Like, how cool would it be now that we're incorporating a Soldier's Crest and fantasy distractions and MOA like intertwined on the channel? Like, how cool would it be to have like an anime intro that like starts with fantasy distractions? You know, like King Ingvar and Kazai's beef would probably be the main. It would probably start more with like Anna and Jack, and then build up to like Ingvar and Kazai's beef. I guess would be like how the intro ends. But like then I was thinking it would be cool to like cut to like Mira and Laika running side by side because they're like the mascots of the channel, even though like they don't really fight side by side ever. But them like running and like jumping and then like clashing with like, you know, Valak and Dawn, maybe some of the like main A Soldier's Crest people, and then we could cut to like a cool shot of like Kore with her shades, and she's like taking her shades off, or like looking down and kind of like, you know, giving one of these because she's a detective, so she's like sus of you. And then like the camera pans. I think I just froze the camera. Let me readjust to where I want it to be and freeze it. The camera like pans. I don't know why I keep saying spans. Pans, and it's like Kore and Raisha back to back, and then Raisha's mask comes on like Ichigo style, because that's what they're inspired by. And then like cuts back to Fantasy Distract. Dude, it would be so dope. That would be so dope. Honestly, with good still images and a good narration could be enough to get viewers. There was an old YouTube channel I used to follow that did simple descriptions of characters and their story, and that was enough for me and like 12,000 viewers. That's crazy. At the time, it was only like 3K, but over time it grew. That's pretty insane. I mean, I could easily do that. I do have a decent amount of art now for everything. Like maybe when I'm unable to post stories as much, like if I go back to a real job and I have no time to do the stuff I actually want to do as much anymore, maybe I should just do that. Like just take the art I have, character description, like, and build like bios for the characters, so when I'm ready to come back, like hopefully there's some interest in the characters. We haven't done a lot of MOA stuff recently. I really need to write the second season. Do I have those pictures on here? The Moa characters are really cool looking. Design-wise, they're probably some of my favorites that I've come up with. Let me see if I have them on the computer before I switch scenes. No, not here. Wait, I don't have any of them on here? Hold on. Maybe they're in the MOA folder, hopefully. What the heck? I don't have any of that art on here. I mean, I have it. Like, I didn't lose it. I have it on my other computer. I thought I put it on, I thought I put all my art on Google Drive. I just have a folder that is just all question marks, so that has nothing in it. I'm gonna have to rewatch your reading on YouTube. Sorry, but I was trying to hear, but I got distracted. Oh, it's all good, Mistro. There was a scene that I was pretty confident you were not listening, because I think you would have reacted to it. So you need to, you definitely need to watch it. Need more Mira. Mira's awesome. It's nice to know more about her now. Yeah, Mira's great. Mira's really fun. Mira alone makes me want to read book 1 on stream, and she's only in like 3 chapters. No, don't be sorry, Mistral. It's all good. Got other stuff going on. It's totally fine. I mean, I could show some of them because they're in the background. Let me mute this tab so you guys don't hear my awful reading. Zareneska did most of these, if I remember correctly. Look at my dumb faces on these thumbnails. This, I wish I had the actual art on here. This Kore art that's in the background of the first one. This art of Kore. The Coinbox Tees guys did this one. The way they did it reminded me of like when you used to get the character art in DVDs of anime. And it used to be like the character portrait, but then they would have like their faces. It's like just their head, like floating heads, but making like different like emotions and stuff like that. The rest of this picture that you can't see in this old stream has that on it. I thought that was so cool. I think earlier before you read, you mentioned a zombie character. I thought it was an interesting concept and reminded me a little Cade 6 from Destiny. Yeah, Marcus, who's like one of the main characters of A Soldier's Crest, he is like kind of a zombie because every time he dies, he loses memories. So if he dies like enough time and he like forgets how to be human, he'll just be like a zombie. The good thing about rewatching the stream on YouTube is I can help with a like and a comment. That is very helpful. But yeah, Kore's design is amazing. I really like the way she came out. But it's all about Raisha for me. Raisha is she is like not so much Harley Quinn. She's more along the lines of the Joker and like Venom put together. That's like the best way I can describe her as a character. Yeah, Moa is like a detective story. There are fantasy elements because I can't help it. It kind of like gradually becomes like sci-fi slash fantasy. The idea was it was supposed to be like a sci-fi thriller. Corey is she's a detective who is trying to stop this evil corporation called the Welton Company because her parents start working for the Welton Company and they go missing. So she becomes a detective to try to solve the mystery of her missing parents. I mean, we could finish the Dragon Knight Chronicles next stream. We're pretty close. 97 out of 123. The only problem with doing the rest of this on another stream is I have to do the recap again. I'll have to do the recap. This is my mess of an outline of stuff that is coming out. That's the only problem. We can read some Moa. Let me swap scenes real quick. I could give you the feel of it. It's different than everything else I've read so far. I actually wrote this this first one on stream, live. You need more points for Moa. Like I said, if you want a fantasy distraction character instead, because I don't know how long it's gonna be before I start working on Moa again. I'm sorry, you're gonna hear crunching. You want ASMR? You didn't hear the last part. I wrote the first chapter of Moa on stream. I think I was talking about. And I was saying we could read a little Moa so you could get like a gist of like how different it is compared to this. I also said we'll probably finish Dragon Knight Chronicles on the next stream, but my only problem with doing that is that I have to like recap everything again. Moa is it's 38 chapters, I believe. It just says placeholder on the top. I could show you. Look. It just says placeholder on the top because I didn't put like my name, address, stuff like that. Is Moa long? Encouragement to work on Moa more? Yeah, if we read it on stream, I'll be I really like this story. It might actually be my best. Low key. Even though like I feel like the quality dips at times because I was writing it week to week. And unlike fantasy distractions, they're full-blown chapters. They're not like 4 pages long. Like they're as long as I felt the chapter needed to be. So they're not really short. But yeah, I think it's like 34 or 38 chapters. Moa, I can actually tell you this is said live stream from 4 years ago. This is the very first time I worked on it because my plan was I was gonna live stream writing it, edit it on stream as well. I was gonna write it on Mondays, edit it on Tuesdays, record it and upload it to YouTube by Friday. That was the challenge. But I ended up not really. I felt like awkward writing on stream still, like I still do now, kind of sometimes. So I ended up not doing the writing and editing on stream anymore. I just uploaded them once a week for a while. This will help me know how many chapters. I got this cool art made of the characters for that one. I got this art that's in the back of this one. It is 34 chapters. The art in the back of this one, I don't think this one is moving. It's tricking my eyes. I got art of this where I got it animated. So like this water that's swirling around her mask, like for her hair and her arms. I actually have a version of this where it's animated. You got to be comfortable in your creative space, yeah. Even though everyone says get out of your comfort zone. Yeah, for me, it's like a mood thing. Like sometimes I'm okay with it. Sometimes I'm like, eh. I could tell it's not coming out the same way that I want it to. You know? But yeah, we can read a little Moa. Give you guys a taste. It's called Codename Moa here because that's what I was calling it when we were working on it. But the actual name of the series is Masks of Ether. I gotta change that at some point. Okay, yeah, let's the first chapter is really long. Everything else is kind of whatever. Hey, Cherisk. Cherisk, I hope I'm saying that right. Howdy, I'm new around here. How's it going? Welcome. We were just about to read a story that I wrote about 4 years ago. That's a little, speaking of getting out of my comfort zone, it's very like off genre for me. I'm like a fantasy, like high fantasy style writer. So like, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones-esque. And this is like a sci-fi detective story. So, Karisk. Okay, my apologies. Very cool name though. So we were just gonna read and just kind of dabble into this a little bit because I was trying to explain to Mistral and Katie like how different it is compared to like some of my other writing, and we were just gonna like dabble in the first chapter a little bit, just because it was easier to just like read it than continue to explain it. Well, welcome. Let us know about you. Are you working on anything? Like, what are you writing? Do you have a YouTube channel? Do you stream? You write slice of life, so I'm trying to push myself out of my comfort zone recently. It's tough. It really is. Like the biggest hurdle I will ever climb is if I decide to do anything like romance related. I am really bad at romance. I'm okay at dropping in like relationships within my books. But like if I had to do like a full-on honestly, slice of life would probably be pretty hard for me too. That was what surprised me a lot with Mira's story. I think it's going to be PG, and all of a sudden there's this graphic scene. Yeah, there's a lot of there's like two extremes in Mira's story because like some of it is like ha 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 like comedy, and then the other half is like cutting people's tongues out and smashing heads. Though fantasy, and more specifically like what I call high fantasy, is my like genre of choice and my specialty, quote unquote. My stories do kind of touch on a little bit of everything sometimes. The language too, yeah. I don't curse at all, so I want to start like there's no cursing in fantasy distractions at all, to my knowledge. Now it's an iconic scene burned in my brain. Yeah, I don't curse in real life, so I don't know why I put so much cursing in the first The Soldier's Crest book and a little bit in the side stories, but I'm trying to weed that out. I don't really stream, but I do often do art and stuff, I suppose. Nice. We were just talking about art. That's what kind of got us on the Moa topic, because the character designs for this series I really am proud of. Mostly landscapes, though I've been trying to write more action stories recently involving low fantasy. Nice. That sounds awesome. Do you have your work anywhere? Like, have you shared any work anywhere? Do you are you self-published, published, or is it just you're still working on it right now? You haven't shared it with the world yet? All right. So this is chapter 1 of Moa. So with Moa, like I said, I was writing it from week to week. Like essentially giving myself deadlines. So I use that as a precursor. I'm still pretty happy with the quality of it. Like I honestly think it's one of my best works. But if it seems like the quality dips at times, it just could be like it could have been a week where I didn't get the writing done as quick as I wanted it to, so I was like scrambling to get the chapter out. Not to make excuses before we read it, but I'm making excuses. Nope, no shared work, though I have some short stories I plan on posting online soon. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, it could be a little intimidating, a little scary, but I'm part of the like just do it kind of crowd, I guess. Like, put it out there into the wild and see what happens. When I was telling my friend about your work, she sounded interested, so hopefully she checks it out. I recommended Mira's story and told her about your YouTube channel. I appreciate that, Mistral. Like, I need all the help I could getting exposure for the channel. It's been a struggle for me, but I appreciate you telling your friend about it. I hope she checks it out. All right, let's read a little bit of Moa. I don't know how far we'll get because I just read like 30 pages of the Dragon Knight Chronicles. Yeah, like I'm trying, like I feel like I've already tried almost everything in my power, so help is definitely what I need, so I appreciate it. All right, it was a chilly Wednesday afternoon in the city of Ayr, located on the western half of Novessa. Novessa, one of many inhabited planets in the Sistar galaxy, was the most similar planet to Earth that humans had discovered since expanding into space. The galaxy itself replicated that of the Milky Way galaxy, with a giant sun and multiple planets. The biggest difference between them was the aforementioned inhabitants. It was common for travelers of Earth and other galaxies to band together, explore, and create new stations on every planet. Enough to get the planet up and running, but those responsible for expansion would often never return. Novessa was one of these planets. Set up hastily and populated with those willing to stay, it was quickly abandoned afterwards, as it was one of the hardest to reach planets in the solar system. It's because it takes time, but the more it becomes known, eventually you hit a point where it spreads. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Like, I'm big on consistency. I mean, as you could tell, like when I'm like in the groove, I'm releasing like 1 to 2 stories a week on YouTube. So when I'm like in the groove, I'm super consistent. But I try to be that consistent with like social media as well. So like when I release a new story on Monday or I release a new story on Friday, I'm making sure like I post it on Facebook, I post it on Twitter, I've posted on Instagram, and I haven't been as consistent on TikTok, and lately not so much on Instagram, even though I just mentioned it. But I try to make sure I hit all the like usual places that I go to. And then the problem with like Reddit, for example, is like a lot of the places I can share it on Reddit, and they have like you're only allowed to share like one thing a month or one thing every couple of months. So like that doesn't really help me because I'm releasing weekly content. So like yeah, I post there too, but it's like it's not as helpful. But I just try to be consistent. Consistency is key, so you got that down, so it's just spreading the word now. Also, what were you saying earlier about booktubers? I was reaching out to booktubers because even though like we're technically not a booktube channel, when the boom of reaction type content started happening And like, a lot of these booktubers will react to like a book, like review a book essentially, which is also like kind of like reacting to it. But they'll also react to like if a book related show comes out, like Percy Jackson, for example, they'll react to like the trailers or they'll react to the episodes. So I was trying to reach out to them to get them to react to some of our stories, and it's like it's either impossible to get in touch with them, they don't respond to my emails, or they don't like have a way to contact them. It's like really hard. I only got Literary Gladiators were the only ones to do a reacting to one of our stories. And then I was on their team last year. So even though I mentioned that we didn't do much in terms of writing and releasing content last year, that's actually not entirely true. Because if you're looking for more of my content, I always forget to plug this, by the way. I'm really bad at doing this. Where are my videos? Sorry, 1 second. If you look at Literary Gladiators, look at how I paused this. Unreal. Unbelievable. Tragic. This was my old house, by the way. I have pictures of Ingvar, Kazai, Morska, and Enrar on the wall, but we were getting ready to move, so it's just like completely bare. Reviews is how I get into new books. It's a way to promote. Yeah, I was trying to get them to like react to our stories, and like nobody answered me back except Literary Gladiators. But I was already like talking to Literary Gladiators before they did that. But I did this series for them last year. I did one story a month. No, I did 2 stories a month for the year. They didn't put the final one on the playlist yet. But yeah, if you're looking for more of my work, I did this last year for Literary Gladiators. It's called The Planet Ruma. And this is like it's essentially like a sister planet to Fenrir that we use in Fantasy Distraction. So it has a similar like makeup where there's like 4 gods and goddesses, but it has this like 2 factions. One is born with magic. The other is given this like crazy technology. And what ends up happening is that they're at war with each other. They don't want to like share. Like the people with magic don't want to help the people that don't have magic. The people with the tech don't want to give the tech to the people with magic. And the people with the tech feel slighted because the other place is called Magia. The people from Magia are born with magic. Like the other people are just given technology. So it's like it's kind of like lame in comparison. That blue wall, yeah, you remember this wall? It is a nice blue. Yeah, everybody told me it was too dark. Like, people were like, this room looks sad. I liked it, okay? So, to make up for it, they give one person, which isn't really like a fair trade-off. They essentially anoint someone on the tech side to, like, godhood. And their leader becomes this goddess named Sybil, who is she evolves with everything. So she like as their tech evolves, she evolves. And she's like a cyborg like goddess. And she becomes so powerful that she actually becomes stronger than the actual gods and goddesses. And she forces them off of their like main continent. And she becomes this like really powerful threat that the people in Magia are like terrified of. And the whole story is them trying to figure out a way to like kill her, stop her, dethrone her. But I write it in a way that we do Fantasy Distraction, so it bounces around a lot. It's a little more like interconnected because I was trying to tell a cohesive story over the course of the 24 episodes. But it also has like a lot of standalone episodes like we do on Fantasy Distractions, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you're looking for more of my content, Literary Gladiators has 24 stories that I wrote for them last year. Just a little plug on the side. But yeah. That's what I was doing last year since we weren't really doing fantasy distraction stuff. Back to Moa. I might be able to get through the first chapter, and that's about it. I already feel my voice is like peacing out. Alright, having similar seasons to Earth was the reasoning behind the cold afternoon. Luckily for Kore, she often wore a full suit when working. She was sitting in her car, seat reclined back, her eyes closed, and a tiny earbud in her right ear, attached to a small radio-like device sitting on the passenger seat. Her long, black hair... I thought I heard coughing. No, we're good. I think we're good. Okay. Her long black hair scrunched up behind her head and a long braid hung down her right shoulder. We got a quad blue situation at 284 West Baker Block, requesting immediate attention from the closest guard officer. Kore opened her right eye and stared at the radio device as if it was doing the talking. A slight grin appeared on her face. A quad blue? She hit a button on the right of her chair and it sat her back upright. "This is Guard Captain Fair, en route to Quad Blue," said another voice from the radio. "Time to go." Kore hit another button on her dashboard. Cars on Novessa were created with magical technology that allowed them to float. This led to no cars needing wheels other than for luxury and looks. Kore's car touched the ground, but when she pressed the button, it immediately began to lift off. Harnessing the magical power was enough to float, but not enough to fly yet. Manufacturers were trying desperately to be the first to create a flying car on Novessa, but weren't having much luck. See, it's like, it's meant to be sci-fi, but there's already magic, so I can't help it. So it's a little more sci-fi fantasy. When Kore arrived at the address communicated on the comms, the crime scene was already taped off. Buildings on Novessa were mostly made of metal, with a lot of bizarre designs protruding from the tops and sides. This building was no exception. The porch of the building extended out almost to the street, and Kore couldn't help but imagine how annoying it must be for people walking by. The porch was where the tape began, and Kore quickly stepped under it. The moment she walked through the front door, she was stopped by one of the guard officers. He put his hand out, and Kore could barely make out the man's face under the mask all standard guard officers wore. "You can't be in here, miss." Kore reached into the pocket of her suit and pulled out a tiny wallet. She flipped it open to reveal an ID. "Actually, I can be. As of yesterday, I am officially a detective that operates under permission of the guard. Signed by Guard Lieutenant Dende himself." The guard officer looked behind him at a tall man with gray hair and a gray beard. The man took one look at the commotion at the front door and sighed. "Let her in." Kore smiled at the guard posted at the door and tapped him on the chest before putting her ID away and stepping inside. She walked up to the gray-featured man. "Always happy to see you, Captain Fair. Look, don't make me regret putting in a good word with the guard for you." Captain Fair flipped through some pages on a small notepad he was holding. "You always seem to crash my investigations anyway. I figured you might as well not get me in trouble when you do so." "It's so nice being co-workers," Kore laughed as she walked past Captain Fair. "So what's the situation?" Captain Fair caught up to Kore and walked ahead of her into the next room. The room was a standard living room setup, a couch, a chair, a coffee table, and a flat-screen television with blue lines circling the outside sitting upon a TV stand. In the middle of the floor was a dead body. Captain... I wrote this live on stream, but like this part, whenever people read it, they're like, what? Dende from DBZ? Yeah. Same guy, actually. He's a cop. Captain Fair put out his right hand to notify everyone working on the crime scene that Kore was supposed to be there. He put on a pair of glasses and held his notepad close to his face. Neighbor reported a scream and some loud banging coming from the house. Knocked on the door and didn't get an answer. When we got here, we found him like this. Quick observation shows apparent stab wounds, but surprisingly not much blood. Yeah, he grew up. He grew up quick. Quick indeed, Kore said as she squatted down beside the body. Have you run diagnostics yet? Kore put her finger on one of the wounds. Can you not contaminate my crime scene, said Captain Fair. We're running diagnostics to figure out what type of weapon was used exactly. That might help in narrowing down the killer. Makes sense, right? You gotta take the law in your own hands sometimes. This wasn't done with a weapon. Corey stood up. Is that Lucy? Lucy! A young blonde-haired girl walked over to Corey and Captain Fair. She was holding a small rectangle device that was running information about the crime through a database. Corey, I didn't know you were working on this investigation with us. I'm officially a guard detective now. Corey flashed Lucy her ID for proof. You'll be seeing a lot more of me now. Lucy smiled. Happy to hear it. Congrats. Lucy, would you be a doll and add magic, more specifically lightning magic, to your diagnostics report? Asked Corey. Hesitant, Lucy looked at Captain Fair for approval. The captain gave her a slight nod. Will do, said Lucy with a smile. Why lightning? Captain Fair put his notepad away, took off his glasses, and knelt down in a similar fashion to Corey earlier. Simple, really. Corey walked past the body. Those wounds aren't stab wounds. They were done with lightning magic. As she spoke, Captain Fair stood back up and joined her on the side of the room she moved to. Whoever did it is very strong and proficient with lightning magic. These are clean cuts, and she knelt back down and lifted the shoulder of the victim. These cuts went straight through. Possible with a knife or a sword, Captain Fair added. How did you come to the lightning magic conclusion so fast? Corey pointed down at the victim. Check the wounds. At quick glance, the wounds look like a simple knife or a sword stab, but the wounds are too jagged to be that simple. It would be cleaner, but even a concise, well-concentrated lightning strike of this caliber will leave a more rugged-looking feel. Captain Fair looked around the room, and Corey could see the concern on his face. We missed that completely. It's why you needed an official detective in the guard, Corey reminded him. She walked over to the wall parallel to the victim's body. She tapped on a spot on the wall. This is residual lightning energy. It's small, but not invisible. That tiny yellow dot is lightning magic? Captain Fair wasn't the only one watching and following Corey. The entire guard force in the room working on the scene were now intently spectating. Corey hesitated as she saw everyone staring, but carried on. Yes, a typical lightning blast of this caliber would leave black remnants as well. Whoever did this must have cleaned that up to hide the murder method. Why would the murderer do that? The question came from Lucy as the room continued to watch Corey work her own form of magic. Well, there could be a few reasons. Corey pointed down at the floor of the room they were standing in. It was a carpet. Even with lightning magic doing the damage, there would still have been a ton of blood under the victim, but as you can see, there isn't any. I'm no expert on cleaning up blood, but it would not have been easy for the murderer to clean up blood this fast, especially with the neighbor calling the guard shortly after it was done. Not on carpet anyway, and not without moving the body. The mark on the wall you pointed out was definitely made from an attack in this room, though, added Captain Fair. Corey walked into the next room that was connected. It was a kitchen. I truly believe the fight began in the living room instead of ending there. Corey pointed out a second yellow dot on the wall in the kitchen. I think the fight ended in here. Though still impressive to have cleaned it all up and placed the body elsewhere before the guard arrived, it would still be easier to clean the blood off the floor we're standing on now. The killer intended to put you off the scent for their real reason for being here. Which would be something in this room, said Captain Fair as he tried to keep up. Everyone check the cabinets, look for anything suspicious. Corey opened up the closest cabinet to her and took everything out. She then pressed against the back of the cabinet. More importantly, check the back for any hidden compartments. I think I found one, said Lucy. Corey, Captain Fair, and the other guard members walked over to her side of the kitchen. The back part of this cabinet seems to slide. Open it and give it a scan. Corey peeked over Lucy's shoulder at the device she was holding as she scanned the vacant area. Looks like it was Welton Company brand magic sources. Lucy put the device closer and ran the test again. About 3 spheres worth. Name of our buddy laying down in the other room? Asked Corey. Trice Adams, said Lucy as she pulled up the man's record on the same device. Corey took a step back and folded her arms. Did he have a license for this type of magic? He did, responded Lucy. Then I think it's safe to say our culprit did not, added Captain Fair. Or, hear me out, the Welton Company did this. Corey's response caused sudden chatter between the other guard officers. It sounds crazy, but it also sounds like something they would do. Sell their product to buyers, then go in and take back the product to be sold again. Detective, a word in private, please. Before Corey could respond, Captain Fair made his way into one of the other rooms. Corey looked at the officers around her, then followed the captain. Furious that he interrupted her in front of everyone, Corey closed the door to the room they were in and walked over to a nearby window. You know it's something that could be possible. The Welton Company is always up to something shady. Captain Fair sighed and leaned his back against the door that Corey just closed. Not this again. Yes, this again. Corey turned back to face him. Everyone has turned a blind eye to the Welton Company for too long. They control magic. They are even taxing it. This is something that is a gift from the planet itself. It's a benefit we all should be celebrating together, not being limited by a company that has a stranglehold on it. And on us. Your parents went missing 2 months after working for the Welton Company. Now that you're officially working for the Guard, you can't go making accusations like that. It's way too personal for you, and it makes us both look bad. Captain Fair stopped leaning on the door and took a few steps toward Corey. What you just did out there, it was amazing. You had all of my officers behind you, and they were enthralled in what you had to say. You provided a lot of clues and evidence that could help us track down the real killer. Corey turned and looked back out the window. She did this in an effort to prevent Captain Fair from seeing the tears starting to form in her eyes. I just wanted to put all options on the table. It's not impossible to think that the Welton Company could do something like this. I agree with you. Captain Fair's words brought some comfort to Corey, but we can't go throwing this allegation around without more proof. I'll personally work with you on each case if that's what it takes to get to the bottom of your parents' disappearance, but we can't make it so public if we do this. Corey wiped a tear escaping from her right eye before turning around. I appreciate your willingness to help me through this. I'm a man of the Guard. Helping people is what I do. Finding out the truth is what you do. That fancy little idea of yours means that you're part of bringing justice to Novessa. That's now what both of us do. Captain Fair smiled. You did good today. I think we could take it from here. You should go home and take a night to think on this. Corey said nothing as she left the room and made her way back to her car. The other Guard officers stared at her as she walked out, but she could hear Captain Fair directing their attention to something else. The car ride home was quiet. She didn't put the radio on and she hardly acknowledged her surroundings. Her parents went missing shortly after starting to work for the Welton Company, and she was obsessed with getting to the bottom of it. Corey's house was nothing special. The fancy designs that other people would put on their houses to stand out were not really her style. From the outside, her house was normal looking and rather small. The inside was very neat and basic as well. The only standout from the property was the backyard, which was bigger than average. She walked up to her front door and removed a small rectangular device similar to the one Lucy was using, but much smaller. A simple click of a button caused the device to expand and create a floating image of Corey on a keycard. Corey slipped the card into a slit next to the door and a click noise followed. After closing the door, Corey put her keys down and looked at the ceiling. She took a long, deep sigh. There's my official detective of the Guard, Rumi. Audra was in the other room when she yelled the words, her voice interrupting Corey's unnecessarily long sigh. Corey heard Audra enter the room, but continued to keep her eyes closed. She could feel Audra getting closer. Was the first day really that bad? Bad enough to freeze you in time and disappointment? Corey opened her eyes, but remained with her face toward the ceiling. Her eyes slowly peeked over at Audra. She had her long brown hair pushed back by a hairband, an apron on that was covered in powder, black shorts, and a pink t-shirt. She wasn't wearing any socks and was also wearing no makeup. Corey was always jealous of Audra's natural beauty, more so when they were younger. Got to go into my first assignment with an ID, Corey said as she moved into a regular standing position. The moment she transitioned to normalcy, Audra hugged her, powder and all. I am so proud of you. Corey tried to pry her off, but Audra just nuzzled herself into Corey's shoulder. All right. Corey finally freed herself. You got powder all over my suit. You have like 50 suits in your closet. That's all you wear. Audra lifted her right foot as a small, fluffy creature ran around her and started to do some nuzzling of its own on Corey's leg. Zip is proud of you too. Hard to stay sad when this little guy greets you. Corey picked Zip up and smiled. Mama 1 had a rough day at work, kiddo. Corey carried Zip and put him on a nearby couch. She sat down and put her head back again. Her long black hair hung down the back of it. She pushed herself up onto her tippy toes before opening her eyes again. While upside down, she could see Audra back in the kitchen, which was visible from their living room. What are you making? Remember those books I found in the library about Earth? Corey nodded as best she could while upside down on the couch. Audra continued, I found a whole bunch of crazy recipes in those. This one is for brownies. I'm curious to see how people from Earth make them compared to people on Novessa. Probably less artificial magic flavoring. Corey closed her eyes again. She could hear Audra making a lot of noise behind her before opening their oven and closing it. Audra took off the apron and joined Corey. Corey slid down and sat on the couch like a normal person would. So, do you want to talk about your day or not? When Corey looked at Audra, she was presenting a plate of food. What are those? Earth cupcakes. Audra grabbed one for herself as Corey also took one. The smell of pastries was intoxicating. I was writing this live, so the comments are probably people giving me ideas. How many baked goods are you making exactly? You're going to make both of us fat. Thanks to you, we eat junk like once a year. Audra took off the cupcake holder and took a bite. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she spoke with her mouth full. Oh my god. Corey shrugged and followed Audra's method of removing the holder first before taking a bite. Wow, she said with a full mouth as well. This really is good. Great. Audra put the rest of the plate down. Now that I've sweetened you up with sweets, what's going on with you? I went to one of Captain Fair's assignments, as I normally do, said Corey. I'm sure he was thrilled, Audra laughed. I think he's just used to it by now. Corey smiled too as Zip hopped up and sat between them. Audra leaned forward and grabbed a cupcake for Zip and let him nibble on it while she listened to Corey. It was a murder scene, but the guard thought it was with a knife or a sword. It was with lightning magic. Turns out this person bought magic spheres from the Welton Company, and the person who killed him took them. You think the person who did the murder found out and just wanted the magic? It would make sense with how tight the Welton Company is being about giving out magic. I think it's a lot deeper than that. Corey ran her fingers through Zip's fluffy exterior. I think the Welton Company sold the spheres to this man, took his money, then murdered him and took the spheres back so they could sell them again. When you were writing live, did you let chat take the reins or did you stick with your vision? I was letting the chat influence a lot, but this was like the only one I really wrote live, and I didn't have like a ton of viewers, so this might actually be the only one that has a comment. I think I even wrote the person's name. Yeah, Rugbean. Rugbean was the name of the guy who suggested this. I don't know if anybody else added anything, it'll be highlighted. But yeah, we didn't have a lot of viewers, so I was doing mostly everything myself because nobody was really giving input. It is what it is. I'm not a big streamer, so it was kind of expected. Pretty bold claim, but definitely something they would do, said Audra. She let go of the cupcake and let Zip have his way with it. What did Fair say? Captain Fair wasn't crazy that I said what I said in front of the other guard people working there, but he said he's willing to help me figure out what happened. Excuse me. What happened to my parents. Corey leaned forward and grabbed the remote for the TV off the table. Speaking of, isn't the Welton Company on the Barris show today? Are they? You think Mr. Welton will actually show up? Audra put her feet up as Corey turned the TV on. Doubtful. He never shows up to these things. No one has seen him in years. Corey changed to the channel the Barris show is on. Barris was standing up doing his monologue. The veteran TV host had been hosting his self-named TV show for over 30 years. The most popular evening talk show ever made on the western half of Novessa. It often balanced the news and current trends due to the time of day that it aired. The only thing more fake than West Leader Falco's teeth are West Leader Falco's speeches. The crowd laughed and Barris gave them time to do so before continuing. The guy spent 20 minutes talking about how magic is used more for fun than for everyday needs. I honestly can't tell if his speeches are written by his 4-year-old daughter or his 10-year-old son. Hilarious. Corey rolled her eyes as the crowd on the TV laughed with Barris. Fake news, yeah. Oh, nice comment about the cupcakes, yeah. Hilarious. Corey rolled her eyes as the crowd on the TV laughed with Barris. In his defense, West Leader Falco is kind of stupid. Audra laughed. I think I did enough talking for now, said Barris. The way he hesitated, and I'm still talking like him as I'm commentating. The way he hesitated implied that this was a normal thing he would do to prompt the crowd. He lifted his arms, then looked behind him. Chair, please, he yelled as the crowd yelled it with him. 2 large security guards came out from a curtain behind him. One was wheeling a chair, and the other held a small device that he handed Barris. Normally, I would have one of my security guards roll me to my desk, but I figure since we have the Welton Company on today, we might as well show off one of their new products. Are they really trying to sell products even on the Barris show? Asked Corey. Don't they make enough money from taxing magic? Audra folded her arms, not to mention all the commercials. Barris pressed the button he was holding and a small portal opened up behind him. He pushed his chair back with his feet and slid through the portal. After a few seconds of silence, Barris reappeared in front of his desk. He used his hands to steady himself as he pulled himself to it. The portal behind him closed and the crowd gasped at his arrival, then cheered. You're probably at home wondering, how do I get my hands on one of those? Well, here to talk about this brand new product, please welcome to the Barris Show, Raisha and the Gargoyle. A large curtain set up next to where Barris sits. Curtain set up next to where Barris sits opened on one side. A large man wearing a gray suit stepped out from behind it. The crowd erupted at the sight of him. The representatives of the Welton Company were basically celebrities on the western half of Novessa. On his face was a gray mask that clung to his face with no strap or back. The mask was reminiscent of a statue of a man's face, with no expression or pupils. The man pulled the curtain further to the side to allow Raisha to emerge. When he did so, the crowd caught a glimpse of the back of his head, which was short-styled gray hair. Raisha was the gargoyle's opposite in almost every way. She wore a black suit, similar to the one Corey wears, and had very long orange hair with white streaks. A similar mask was on her face, though this mask allowed Raisha to show her emotions. The mask itself was white with orange and black designs on it. The color of her eyes matched her hair, and the mouth of the mask was a series of white teeth that blended into the rest of the mask when she wasn't speaking or smiling. The way the crowd cheered for the gargoyle's arrival paled in comparison to the cheers Raisha received when she stepped out. The orange-haired spokesperson of the Welton Company was one of the most known and well-respected members. She was often cited at and leading charity events. In charge of most public speaking events for the Welton Company, and she was the most interactive with the people of Novessa. The gargoyle stood with his arms folded behind her as she worked the crowd. She raised her hands to make them cheer louder, then reached into the pocket of her suit to pull out the same device that Barris just used. She waved it around and held it in the palm of her hand to show everyone it was the same, then clicked a button that opened a portal behind the gargoyle. She shimmied her way over to him as he looked from side to side. She crossed her arms in a similar fashion to the gargoyle, then leaned on his statue-esque physique. The size of Raisha could never move the gargoyle's massive frame, but they pretended it did, and the gargoyle went through the portal Raisha opened, and she clicked a button to make it disappear. The sharp teeth of her mask formed a big smile as the crowd laughed. She joined Barris at his desk, bowed once more for the crowd, and then turned to face Barris, who was now standing to greet her. The two shook hands, and Raisha sat down on a couch set up next to Barris's desk. "What an entrance!" Barris exclaimed, and the crowd responded in kind. "The people of Novessa really do love you. I couldn't help but notice you got rid of your comrade there." Raisha looked where the gargoyle used to be, then at the crowd, then back at Barris. "It's fine, he's fine. He wasn't going to talk much anyway." The crowd and Barris laughed at her response. When Raisha spoke, everyone listened. Despite the scary look of her mask, her voice was very soothing and welcoming. "Nifty little gadget, isn't it?" Barris admired the one he used to get to his desk. "Indeed. I'm sure everyone in the crowd and everyone at home is wondering how they could get their hands on such a device." "These will be available to the public in late November." Raisha put hers in her pocket. "We're still trying to decide on a fair price. The item will teleport you from room to room, but won't be able to teleport you from home to your job. Not yet, anyway." Definitely something to look forward to. Barris showed the device off to the crowd once more by holding it up, then placed it down on his desk. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show, Raisha. Please, tell us what's new with you and the Welton Company, besides revolutionary teleporters. The Welton Company has been hard at work on a major breakthrough project. Raisha's words interrupted Barris, who was trying to drink from a mug. Yet another project? Barris asked the question, then finished taking his drink. The Welton Company is always working on something, Raisha reminded him. This one in particular is our biggest project yet. It involves the Edge. Raisha's words were met with no noise from the crowd. Instead, everyone just stared at one another until Barris broke the silence. You mean the place where Western Novessa meets Eastern Novessa? The two sides are split by impenetrable magic. Raisha smiled with her sharp teeth before standing up. We thought so too, she said. She said to Barris, then put her two hands together as if she was clapping, then turned them sideways. When she split her hands apart and raised them, two tiny devices on her sleeve of her suit activated and revealed a floating screen. This is a diagram of the Edge as we know it. The eastern half of Novessa is grayed out due to our lack of knowledge of it. Barris shifted uneasily in his chair as the tension among the crowd matched his own. The Welton Company has found a way through the barrier, then. More specifically, Mr. Welton himself has found a way. The screen continued to float in front of the crowd as Raisha stood on the far side of it. Here you can see where we are, the western half. She pointed to it as she spoke. A massive heap of magic dwells in the actual ground itself beneath us that we have learned to harvest and utilize. Mr. Welton is under the impression that a similar reservoir of magic lies on the eastern half as well. Barris shook his head and laughed. Getting our hands on another large portion of magic like that could be game-changing for our planet and its development, but it doesn't solve the issue that we can't cross the Edge. That's the common thought process, the way I thought about the situation as well. Raisha pressed another button on her sleeve, and the picture on the screen changed to a more close-up picture of the Edge. Mr. Welton says that the barrier we can't cross to get to the eastern half is created by the magic from our half pushing up against the magic of the eastern half. So what's his plan to get through? Barris took another drink. That was weird, I just took a drink. Each question that he asked and each explanation that Raisha gave helped calm the crowd around them. By creating a device that can push aside the magical energy of the barrier, we will be able to make a hole big enough to pass through. Her words caused a chattering among the crowd. Barris spoke louder to help quiet them. Even if the barrier were to drop, we have no way of physically crossing the gap between the two halves. When was the last time any of you saw Mr. Welton out in the public eye? It's been years, Barris answered on behalf of everyone, because he has been working with the most intelligent minds on the western half of Novessa to prepare for this momentous occasion. Another press of the sleeve button revealed a picture of the barrier with a large hole in it and a bridge connecting the two halves. Mr. Welton calls our most ambitious project yet the Aether expansion, or Ether. I like to say Aether. Ether works. Massive Ether is how I usually pronounce the book, but I like to say Ether. It's confusing. Very ambitious, added Barris. Raisha closed the floating screen with a final push of the button on her sleeve, then sat back down next to Barris. You don't have faith that the Welton Company can do this? Novessa was founded many years ago, way before any of us were born, and abandoned here by the humans and aliens responsible for expansion. They left us without the means to access the other half of our planet. Barris was now addressing the crowd instead of looking at Raisha. Am I the only one afraid that they did this for a reason? Am I the only one who thinks they kept us separate from the eastern half because whatever is on the other side of that barrier may not be as friendly as we are? You're willing to bury an opportunity for growth and the chance to achieve new magical heights that may allow us to expand into the universe ourselves because you're afraid? Raisha laughed. Fear brings the death of many a great idea, while the fearless are rewarded. The crowd clapped as Raisha finished her words, a reaction even she was not prepared for. Barris looked out at the crowd. Sweat began to form on his brow. I do the sweat beginning to form on the brow a lot, I've noticed, since we started reading stuff a lot. Tomato. Exactly. He bit his lip. It would appear the crowd is in agreement agreement with you. Maybe expansion is the key to bringing the western half of Novessa new prosperity. Mr. Walton is no fool. Raisha adjusted her tie. If anyone can bring the two halves of Novessa together, he is the one. Barris held his hand out as if presenting Raisha. Strong words from a strong woman. A fearless woman, Raisha reminded him with a sharp teeth smile. Barris cleared his throat. Indeed. That is all the time we have for today. I want to thank the Gargoyle, Lady Raisha, and the rest of the Welton Company for sponsoring this show. For more news, including more information on the Ether expansion, as it develops, I think I said it the opposite that time, please check out the Barris Show on the web and every night on your local stations. I have art of them. This is one of the ones I got. Can we get this ugly picture of me out of the corner of my screen? This one I got like fully done up. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. They're worth a listen because the girl who voiced this is amazing. And her voice for Raisha is way better than mine. Oh, that's the end. This is just Corey sitting in her car. All this art is by Coinbox Tees as well. Let's see, when does it change? So that's Corey sitting in her car. "36 minutes." And I just read it in like, that's weird. It's 11:36 for me right now. This is Corey, Audra, and Zip. Come on, she's got the stars in her eyes, the little hearts. I have to see where it goes. I'm not big on sci-fi, but if I like the characters, I'll read-watch anything. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I'm more fantasy than I am sci-fi, but I'll give sci-fi a chance if I'm like feeling it. And then Raisha. So anime, yeah, Raisha and the Gargoyle. So like the whole Welton Company is their like main members, I guess, all have masks. But Raisha's is the only one that can show expressions. So like the Gargoyle's mask never changes from this. But like Raisha can smile, she can like make expressions that you can tell like how she's feeling or whatever. So like her mask is a little more alive, which is why like I give her the Venom comparison. Like her mask is more like a symbiote than like a mask. Whereas the other masks are just made of like ether. That's why it's massive ether. But yeah, they're like the main villains, but they're also celebrities, so nobody considers them the bad guys. Sorry, I was mainly lurker this stream. I'll use don't even worry about it, Mistral. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry at all. I know you'll watch it somewhere else, or you know, if you could have been there, you would have been there. And it's more important that you talk to your friend and stuff. Like I totally get it. I think we have like a thanks for watching thing I use a lot. Yeah, the Raisha one is definitely my favorite of the bunch that we got made for this. She just always has stars in her pupils, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I'll take that. I'll take that too, Mistral. When did I get made for the next one? This is their friend. Why can't I think of her name right now? Cindy. Yeah, we definitely did better. We're only at 5 right now, but I think we peaked at like 15 earlier. So and maybe I should continue to push it earlier, the time. I don't know how that messes with everybody's schedules, but I feel like we peaked at 15 like earlier in the stream, and then it kind of went down as the stream went on. So if I like I started at 7:30 today, so like if I could start a little bit earlier and maybe like end around like 8 or 8:30, maybe might be a good idea. If I'm able to do it. It's more so it's not a matter of like I don't care what time I stream. It's a matter of like if my sister needs help or like my mom needs help or like I have other errands to run. It's harder for me to stream during the day. That's why I stream at night because it's everybody's asleep and I can just do my own thing. Yeah, this is Cindy. What do we got? This next piece of art, the Coinbox Tees guy. I mean, I love him. He drew Ingvar and Kazai for me too, which came out great. But some of the male designs, he's definitely better at doing female characters. So like this is a guy named Tor, Taur. Oh, he put Leica and Mira in the background. I forgot about that. The Captain America Leica art and the Mirror Iron Man art are on the screens in the background. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. I was more busy, so I had to come in later. So that is the benefit of the later streams. Yeah, it's hard to find like a good balance for everyone. That's why like I would much rather be able to keep you and Kitty available. Like I'd rather you guys be able to show up to the streams because you guys are supporting me from like minute 1 of these streams. It feels like. I could give you Leica's backstory. It's Lyca. You were close. But I could give you Leica's backstory. I don't think there's any other art for this one. But I got Zaraneska. I'll give you Leica's backstory in a second. I just want to give you... So I got art made from Zaraneska of Raisha. I really wish I had this. I got to move this to the computer so I could show you guys next time. So see how I have this with just no smile? It's just the mask. I got Zaraneska to draw her with no smile, a smile, and then no mask at all. I don't think I changed it during this. That would have been a good idea to like change her as the story went on. I did not think to do that. Mira and Leica, yeah, they're my babies. I love your readings. I like commenting during the reading and reacting live, but it was harder for me personally. I just had one of those days. All good, Mistral. You do not need to explain yourself to me. We're finally home. My parents were listening to stream for a bit. Nice. Good thing I'm wholesome. I don't know if I have, that's with no smile, no smile. Did I really not use any of the other ones? I have Jagger with the mask and without. Yes, like Mick Jagger. His name is Jagger. And then I have characters. The storyline in here was supposed to be characters based on the zodiacs. So like Tor is Taurus, obviously. This elf girl, this like blue elf girl. Her name is Sagi, Sagi, like Sagittarius. And this was drawn by my friend Joey. My family calls me Joey, not Joe or Joseph. And I met her. I think I don't even remember how I met her exactly. Oh, through a mutual friend from the anime place. and she's like a cosplayer and stuff, but her name is also Joey. So we were like laughing, like, oh, if we ever meet, I don't know what's gonna happen. And it's like a male Joey and a female Joey. And then we met at one of the conventions I was selling books at, and she's also an artist. So I was like, hey, you want to do a piece of art for me? She was like, sure. And the rest is history. I can't believe I did not use the Raisha pictures with the different facial expressions. I gotta, once I get that art on here, I'll share it. And then this was a special because we hit 20 chapters. This was like a special like thing I got made for it. This is Audra, Cindy, Corey, Saji, and Tor. Just like watching TV, hanging out. The week was calm, and then all of a sudden, life is always like that. Yeah, for sure. The one Thursday we did errands. It's all good, kitty. All good. My voice is okay. I'm definitely gonna end stream after I explain Leica to you. I'm wearing a Soldier's Crest shirt in this video. Also, my hair is low-key on point. I read the whole thing without. This is the only one I read without the like words on the screen in the background, I think. Pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that too. I have a lot more MOA art that I didn't use, so I'll get that on this computer and we'll show it off next stream. I'll remember to do it. Yeah, so Leica. All right, so she's complicated. So basically, she is, you're gonna like her just because she is the daughter of Mira and Rapez. So she is the daughter of Mira and Rapez. What happens is Mira and Rapez have a bit of a falling out. We will get to that if I ever finish the second. If I ever finish the second backstory for them, we will get to that. Oh my god, yes, my dreams came true. Yeah, she's their daughter. The title of the second story is The Ring Heist. So said ring is important to why they have a falling out. There is a magical ring that if you remember when Rapez saw a shiny thing in the Windar shed, that is said ring. There is something connected. I can't, like, it's so spoilery. There's something that happens with the ring, which is why Mira and Rapez have a falling out. They have this falling out while Mira is pregnant with Leica. They have this falling out. There's two rings. So there's like these magical weapons. Valak wields one, Synthro wields one, and then the rest are kind of scattered out. Like one was given to the angels, one was given to the demons. Every kingdom got one. So there's like these magical like relic weapons. And then there's two blacksmiths, like legendary blacksmiths, that made the weapons. After they made the weapons, they made two accessories, which were two rings. One, when you wear it, enhances your magical abilities or your art. The other one just makes you like a physical like powerhouse, like you are unmatched in 1v1 combat or any kind of combat. Lord of the Rings, yeah. They only made two. So the ring that Rapez is after is the one that makes you like a physical specimen, and he's already a physical specimen, you know. So the the ring in question that they're after makes you like insanely powerful. They have a falling out over how they get said ring. They decide to go their separate ways. Mira is close to having Leica at this point, and now she doesn't want to return to like Rapez and Nicolette and all of them, so she has nowhere to go. You're gonna be like, why, Mira, why? But she has the baby, right? And she doesn't know where to leave her because she wants to give her up because she still wants to become a pirate and she doesn't want to be carrying around her baby while she's pirating. So this is where you're going to be like, that's not even the why Mira why part. The why Mira why part is she decides that the only place she could leave Mira, Leica, that she trusts is with her mom. So she leaves Leica in the ninja village that was so bad to her, right? But you gotta realize, like, the corrupt people that were in the ninja village were the people that ended up in the shade. And, like, at this point in the story, like, Mira has already dealt with them, right? So, like, hopefully those people are no longer in the village. But she tells the mom, like, you better take care of my daughter and watch her better than you watched me. It's with a C, Lyca. Yeah, so she, not the best maneuver by a mom. But she's hoping that, like, you know, she weeded out the bad people there. The mom will be like, you actually are trusting me with this after everything that happened. I will take care of your baby. So Leica grows up in the ninja village, has no idea about Mira. So Leica is like completely disconnected from Mira. Per like, you know, Mira telling the mom, like, you know, don't tell her about me, don't tell her what I'm doing, because at this point you got to understand, like, Mira is so like, she doesn't think she deserves like anything. Like, she doesn't deserve happiness, she doesn't deserve, so like the only thing she knows she wants is to be a pirate. So like she can't take care of Leica the way that Leica needs while still like doing like what she feels like she was destined to do, which is horrible. I mean, it's horrible. I'm not condoning Mira's actions. I'm just explaining why she does what she does. So she just abandons Leica and goes to be a pirate. But yes, Leica, there's so much more like after that involving Leica, involving Mira and Rapez. Like, there's so much more to that story that I haven't even like touched yet. But that's basically their like backstory. You need to write that story one day. I expect a signed copy. Yeah, I'll have to make a physical version of the one we read on stream, and then that one when it comes out. I was planning it to be 3 side stories for Mira anyway, and then there's more Mira side stories after the events of book 3. There's Mira side stories that tie book 3 and 4 together, actually, that I started writing. Will Leica hunt her down? Their relationship, if we read book 1 someday and book 2, they kind of cross paths again in book 2, but it's complicated. Yeah, the complexity that, yeah, like Mira's really like, she's got a lot going on. That reminds me, how many books did you have in mind for A Soldier's Crest? All right, so let me hold on. You're gonna be like, you're crazy. All right, so yeah, from the Mirror side stories were supposed to be 3 stories. It was Shadowed Lives, the Ring Heist, and then I was gonna do a third one that was gonna be more like her as a pirate, like her start as a pirate. Because when we meet her in A Soldier's Crest, she's already a pirate. She's got her own crew. She's got like all these like stories she tells Valak and stuff. She's already like a seasoned pirate at that point. All right, let me share this screen. So this palace of, in parentheses, right with me was my original choose your own adventure idea that I had all the way back on A Soldier's Crest. This was the Twitch version. I was going to do one on YouTube and I was going to do one on Twitch because I'm insane. This is the first book. Heroes of Chroma is book 2. Only the Crows Remain is book 3. So book 3, the first 3 books are meant to be Valak's story. So like book 1, 2, and 3 are like Valak's story. Then I was gonna do a 4th book that focuses more on Marcus. The 5th book is a time skip to other stuff that I don't think I should talk about yet. And then book 6 was on a different planet. From book 6 through 10, you would love a trilogy of her. I'm down to write it. I mean, now that you guys are so interested in it, I would totally be down to finish it. Go back and finish that. Book 6 through 10 was supposed to be like Final Fantasy-esque, where it's like each story is different and stands alone with its own cast and characters, but they're all connected somehow. So these would be like completely different. And then book 11, which is supposed to be the last book, is codename AXJ because it's the A stands for Avengers, the X stands for the X-Men, and J stands for Justice League, because the main characters of book 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 team up to face a threat that's present in book 6 through 10. If it makes sense. It's a lot. It's a lot. The craziest part, okay? The craziest part, because I do this. I told you when I did my Final Fantasy marathon that I think I explained this to you, Mistral, but when we did the Final Fantasy marathon, I literally did like Monday was Final Fantasy 3, Tuesday was Final Fantasy 4, so on and so forth, because I have no chill. When I started writing the second book, like right after I got published, I started writing mostly the second book, but like certain days of the week, I would write other stuff. So I'll do book 10 because book 11 might be spoilery. I don't even have a name for this. I already have 10 pages of book 10 done. I already have, yeah, I'm bouncing around too much. Book 9 I think I wrote 10 for all of them. I have 10 pages of book 9. But then even I was like, this idea is like, I need to just focus on book 2. I think the one I have the most of is probably book 6 and 7. 6 wasn't supposed to be a Soldier's Crest story. I wrote this to enter a contest. Yeah, I have like 25 pages. I mean, it's not a lot, but I wrote this one to enter a contest. 6 is interesting Because six, Captain America is like one of my, obviously, because I made Leica as Captain America piece of art. I got that commission. Captain America is like my one of my favorite Marvel characters, and there's a guy in here named Strachan. He's meant to be like the Captain America of my little Avenger team. So that's why I have so much of this written already. He's one of my my faves. Game of Thrones is like that, but every plot has its own cast and conclusion. Yeah, the Game of Thrones books bounce around from perspectives, which is I always thought that was pretty interesting. I just don't like that they started doing like the overlapping ones. I forget what I think it was like book 3 and 4 or 4 and 5. Like it's the same storyline but other people's perspectives. I wasn't like crazy about that. I have a ton of ideas. It's insane. Book 7 I also entered a contest with. I didn't win. I finished like top 10, I think, though. Everything's untitled, but I have 17 pages of this one is interesting because it's very Ender's Game, where the kids are well, the main characters, they're not really kids, they're like teenagers. They're all like gamers, like pro gamers. So this one was really fun to write because they have tags. So they have real names, but they also have their gamer tags that people call them. No, the Leica is in the first book. The one that I sent you, she's in there. She's in the first book more than Mira, actually. So the gamer story is it's basically there's two well the main character is on a team of pro gamers, obviously. She gets chosen for like this military project and they give her it's kind of silly but whatever. They give her a controller with these special properties that nobody knows has these special properties until she holds it. And what the controller does is it makes her extremely overpowered. Yeah, definitely let me know. We shipped it out Monday. So hopefully it gets there by like tomorrow. I don't know. My dad shipped it out for me, so I don't know if he did like express shipping or anything. And yeah, she's like one of the most overpowered characters. Actually, this is huge spoilers. Just keep this between us, okay? As he said on his YouTube channel that it's relevant to. The main character is named where is she? She doesn't pop up for a while. Yes, the main character does not pop up for a while, but it's like she has a dramatic entrance, okay? Jeez, is it that far? 7 pages? Nyla. Her real name is Nilise Velterion. She is the main character. And when we reference the god responsible for Fenrir, the god, she is said god. Because anything she imagines can be real. So her powers get out of control and she just starts making planets. And she's responsible for Fenrir. So she is probably like, if there's Omega level mutants in my series, she is the Omega level mutant. She's like Scarlet Witch powerful. So yeah, so this is like her origin. essentially. Like I had this idea, I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but there's a part in this story that I didn't write. But there's a part in this story where like her powers are starting to come to life, and literally, so she gets in danger, right? And Scarlet Witch is one of my favorites too. Actually, Meryl has a storyline that is very like No More Mutants, House of M, that we'll get to at some point too. But she's like scared and trying to defend herself, so she imagines a dragon into existence, and it's like a little dragon that fights off who's ever like attacking her, right? Said dragon flies up into space, because why not? He's just a figment of her imagination come to life. Flies up into space and is never seen again until one of the later books, because the characters start to like cross over. And he becomes a planet-eating dragon. Like he's so big, he just keeps growing because there's no limits on him, because he's just a figment of Nyla's imagination. He just starts eating planets. So he's like destroying solar systems and stuff. And in one of the books, they are trying to stop said dragon. So yeah, that's what Nyla is capable of once her powers start to awaken. So you got some twists in there. There's definitely some twists. Like I've outlined more than I've written for these, but there's definitely a lot of twists. There's some huge twists actually, especially in book 9. Wasn't there an X-Men villain like that? I'm pretty sure there is an X-Men villain like that. On top of that, who eats planets? Galactus is the one who eats planets. He's just like a big dude with like a pointy helmet. If you're talking about eating planets. If you're talking about imagination, there's got to be an X-Men with that power somewhere. There was a villain in Bleach that had that power, and he lost in the most stupid way, as much as I love Kenpachi. But if you ever read Bleach or watch Bleach, there's a villain with imagination as a power, and he loses in the dumbest way I've ever seen. Yeah, Eden Planet, yeah, Galactus. Oh, you read Bleach? Nice. Bleach is one of my favorites. That's why, like, the bad guys in MOA are, you're mixed when it comes to Bleach. Yeah, Bleach, has its moments. As a person who actually really likes Bleach, I still say it has its moments. Like, I understand why people aren't, like, crazy about it. Where is Nyla's backstory? Yeah, her gamer tag is Nyla knows 17, because the game that she was playing before the one they're playing now, she knew 17 different ways to kill people in the game. It has really good concepts, but not the best execution plot-wise. Yeah, I mean, the character designs, the art style, I love. Kenpachi is one of, like, my favorite characters of all time. But yeah, the story, like, I know he got really sick because of, like, work conditions and stuff, so I give him the benefit of the doubt, but yeah. Her backstory is cool, but I can't seem to find it. I thought the concept was funny. It might be after this fight. It opens with them, like, fighting their rivals. One of the gamer tags is Hera Hears Me, which I thought was such a cool. It's like Hera Hears Me 33. It looks really cool written out. Yeah. Her name is Francine Gomera. But she's Hera Hears Me 33. Thought that was cool. I love symbolism like that. Kudos to you. Thank you. I'm just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll use the one down here, so I'll be like 2 seconds. But I want to find Nyla's backstory before we wrap up. It's already midnight. That's crazy. But yeah, writing this one was like one of my, not only because I wrote it for like a contest or whatever, but because of like the gamer tags and making the connections between like why they're called that and and like compared to their real names was like so much fun. I go on to like explain why they're called it after the fight that they're in. Yeah, Nalise was a young girl, one of the youngest trying to break into the pro circuit. She was only 13 when videos of her play surfaced. This should be online. She was one of the top players on Planet Secure, a spaceship battle game. Though she became known for dominating in a real-time strategy game, or RTS, for the non-gamers who read the book. She would later become known for her high-level play in the first Imperium release. Though she was not part of a clan and had no interest in going pro at the time, her videos of her pro-like sniper kill streaks became extremely popular. But making videos of sniper kills became stale after a while, and she began to change her playstyle, becoming one of the best players in the game and utilizing multiple weapons to her advantage. This eventually led to her realizing that there were 17 different ways she could kill someone in Imperium. She changed her online gamer tag, or OGT, to Nyla Knows 17 to reflect that. Also, it made me laugh in Mira's story when they called her a sick chick as a compliment. Yeah. I think I laughed out loud when we read that on stream. I was just like, you're a sick chick, Mira. And that's why I like you. Yeah, her like best friend in the story is Felix Armara, also known as Flex Arm 5, which I like. It takes, Felix and makes it Flex, and Armara is his name, so Flex Arm 5. He was like part of a different clan, then decided to run his own clan for the second release. They're known as the Lost Bears of Sidonia. His fascination with bears and the planet Mars and the Milky Way galaxy helped him think of the name, the Lost Bears of Sidonia. Verity is one of them. Did I not say his name in this part? Just Brule is this name. Yeah, I think she's one of the bad guys. Sidonia sounds familiar for some reason. Yeah, I'm assuming because I mentioned Mars, I'm assuming it's like a moon on Mars, but I know they use it somewhere else. That old school slang, yeah. Just Brule, the nimble and quick-triggered Callisto, was an extremely popular makeup artist online at an extremely young age. As a less attractive and less developed teen, Nilise often looked up to her and her success. After she picked up Imperium, the first game she ever played, she began to play that more than focusing on her makeup career. Her videos stopped being about the newest mascara to make your skin less blue and more about kill streak to make your skin less blue. This is like because they're in space, I guess. And more about kill streaks and multi kills. After being discovered by Felix just before the release of Imperium, oh, she's a good guy then. She began to dive even deeper into the gaming scene. The only girl with more views and followers than her at the end of the first Imperium was Francine Gomera, the player behind Hera Hears Me 33. This led to their hatred for one another and one of the most heated rivalries on and off the game. Alien Cosmetics. I was like, oh, changing the game. Oh, that's actually the last thing I wrote for this. Alien Mascara and their beef. I actually thought I had more of this story than the other one. She needs that sponsorship. But yeah, I have a lot going on. There was a character in book 9, I believe. There is a very Trigun-esque one. No, this is the one with the planet-eating dragon. That story sounds super interesting. That's another one I would like to read. Yeah, I gotta get cracking on that one. You guys are really like inspiring me to continue Soldier's Crest. When I tell you I haven't touched a Soldier's Crest really at all since I lost the publisher. I really like haven't even thought about working on it since I lost the publisher, to be honest. The Trigun one is on YouTube. So there's some Trigun inspired ones in Fantasy Distractions. I'm very inspired by Trigun. But this one's like actually like a desert planet with like bounty hunters and stuff. I could always reinvent myself. You're right. That like made my day, by the way, when you said, well, I saw it at like 5 a.m. last night, but I was thinking about it today. It really made my day. How long is this one? 10 pages? Actually, it's more like 7 because it starts on page 3. This one had like a really interesting start. It resonated with me. I'm glad because like a lot of the stuff I write like resonates with me as well, unless it's like, you know, mascara that makes your skin less blue or whatever I said. That, I mean, some of my stuff doesn't, but you know what I mean. I don't remember exactly how this goes. I just remember I liked what I had down for it. So I'm gonna read a little bit of this, and then I'm getting out of here to rest my voice and probably grind some stuff on Grand Blue Fantasy. Yeah, and I'm a big person of like you know when people say it's kind of cliche, but you know when people are like, oh, like I have an outline, but then I start writing the book and the book writes itself. Like in many ways, like that does kind of happen for me. And a lot of book 1, like especially like the middle chunk of it, is like almost like freestyling. Like the book is just like I'm learning the characters so much more. So like I know like this isn't how Tarzan would react to this, or this isn't how, you know, Valak would react to this, or Dawn or Wyglaf, you know. So like as the book goes on, you learn your own characters more, which sounds silly, but it's just the way it is. Also, this is all I have left water-wise, so we need to wrap this up. I mean, I have more upstairs, but all right. I'm a work in progress. Heck, we all are. The sudden clank of a shot glass against the top of the bar startled a passed-out man in the corner of the Seaway Inn. The man speaking was a tall, muscular man with a black beard and long black hair. His shirt was missing sleeves, his pants were baggy, and his boots were thick. He poured another round for the two men sitting in front of him. I also wrote this a while ago, so the writing might not be the best. Who knows? The concept is probably good. I don't know about the execution, so I'm basically Bleach in this. The one on the left was average size with brown features and a thin scar that went from the bottom of his right eye to the start of his ear. His clothing covered his entire body and was made of a thin material. A part of the cloak that would normally cover his face hung down his back instead. Beside his seat was a large rifle with a long barrel that was leaning on the bar. The man on the right had short, thick black hair that was combed toward the back of his head. He wore similar clothes to the man beside him and had no visible weapon. "How long have you been running this establishment?" said the man on the right. "Seems like you've already made a lot of progress." The barkeep grinned. "About 4 turns, I think. I stopped tracking the day after 3. "About as long as Jovi and I have been traveling, I'd reckon," answered the man on the left. "You're Jovi and Twine?" The barkeep exclaimed. These are very country names. Space Cowboys, exactly. The barkeep exclaimed, giving away his excitement more than he meant to. "That means you're Elias Mortar?" "Aye," answered Elias. "I guess news travels fast." The door to the bar opened behind them. It was a large door that made a lot of noise when open. In walked a young, skinny woman whose clothes were covered in sand. The sand fell off as she walked and made her way to a nearby jukebox-like music player. I guess because it's space, I didn't want it to be an actual jukebox, I guess. She tapped her finger on the glass, and a soft melody began to fill the room. "We are in Seaway," replied Jovian after the brief interruption. "No news travels without coming through Seaway. Ain't that right, Mr. Barkeep?" Please, what is with Dende, Dronde? There was another one in the second Mirror side story that we read. I gotta change some of these names. Dende, Dronde, and the other one was something else in the Mirror one. These names keep popping up. I can't get rid of them. "Please call me Dronde," said the barkeep. "All right, Dronde, what can you tell us about that?" Jovian pointed to a poster behind the bar. "I should have known you two would be here to inquire about the bounties," Dronde said as he cleaned a glass with a white rag. "That's just one of many. Is that the one you want to know about?" "There are multiple live right now in this town?" Elias asked. "Not necessarily. Seaway is the main hub for bounties, so a lot of our bounties aren't local. They keep record of all active bounties all over Ronka." Ronka I used. So, I think almost, yeah, Aaron. I think all of the planets in these books that take place after book 5, because up to book 5 is just Earth. Anything past book 5, I have mentioned in Fantasy Distractions before. So they're meant in Fantasy Distractions. They're meant to be Easter eggs, but the irony of it is people will see those before they see this. So now Ronka is like, oh, Ronka is where the Starlight Samurai fights Maz for the first time. Or where they fought for the first time. So, and if you listen to Kai's Fantasy Distraction, that's the one where I use the McCree accent. So Maz is basically like a space cowboy. So he is tied to this planet. Just this takes place way in the past. Because obviously the Starlight Samurai destroys Ronka. So it can't be present day Ronka unless they fixed it. Dronde finished cleaning the glass and put it back down. His eyes glanced over to the girl playing the music, and she continued to tap her finger to the beat of the song. "Since I know you both by name, I'm assuming you know how the bounty system works. Normally I have to explain it to my guests." Bounty hunters are ranked by threat, but the rotation of who is worth more points changes every week, said Jovian. Don't worry, we know how it works, all right. Little sly filling in information for the reader without breaking the story. I was smart back in the day. Ever think of keeping a gun behind the counter for when people like us show up? Elias said with a smile. I bet you could trick the average bounty hunter and steal a kill or two yourself. If you know the system, you know killing a bounty hunter makes you one. See? Still slipping in information. Maybe a little too obvious, but that's okay. All I know and all I do keeps me coming back. Oh, she's singing. I'm saying it like the barkeep. She's singing. All I know and all I do keeps me coming back to you is what she's singing. I don't sing, so. The girl at the jukebox began singing the words. Her voice was calming. Got a real talent, that one. Jovian raised his glass as she sang. Indeed. Grande took some of the local bounties off the wall and put them on the counter. She comes in here often just to listen to the music. That's nice. Elias grabbed the first bounty and held it up to get a better view. Some of the people this week are worth a lot. You would still be better off finding someone a higher rank and killing them. I was actually hoping for more points than this. Jovian leaned over to get a closer look at the one on the table in front of him. I mean, look at this guy. He probably killed someone by accident and became a bounty hunter, because it doesn't look like he can hurt a bug. Easy points, said Elias. We should honestly go for all of these if they're here in this town. Meh. Jovian peered behind the barkeep again. What's the highest value target on the board? Even if it's not in this town, I'm willing to travel for a big score. The biggest score is on the board every week, said Grande. You've heard of them, I'm sure. None of the bars we go to are as knowledgeable, so probably not. Most of the bounties we hunt are local, said Elias. Which bounty is it? Even if it's just local bars, they should be carrying this one. Grande moved 2 bounties over to reveal a bounty printed on a bigger piece of paper. The point total barely fit on the page. Grande removed it from the wall and put it down on the counter in a spot that both men could see. This man has been making quite the stir in the ranks of the bounty hunters. He's still in the high 300s. Jovian rubbed his beard. The hell is his bounty so high for? He's probably not killing anyone of worth. I like this kind of sci-fi. Yeah, me too. It's because he's a tarot hunter. Look. Elias pointed to the words on the paper. Means he isn't just killing the target he's after, he's killing everyone in radius. Point total is high because he's a threat to civilization. You know there aren't many rules here on Ronka, but situations like this force the bounty hunting guild to take action. Grande tapped the paper. You boys are probably better off not going for this one. I think we can handle it. Jovian picked the paper up to get a closer look. As he did, the girl at the jukebox changed the song. There were no words in this one. It was just an orchestra playing and an emphasis on piano. He looks big, but a gunshot's a gunshot. Where was he last seen? Asked Elias. Says Murrow. That's like 4 towns over, said Jovian. Last seen with an accomplice. Another bounty hunter, you think? Like how we travel together? Elias finished his drink and stood up. Maybe it's more trouble than we thought. It usually says if it's another hunter, said Grande. He might just not travel alone. Big killer like this needs company? Jovian laughed. Maybe he's not as tough as we're thinking. The girl by the jukebox began to pretend she was slow dancing with someone and started moving throughout the bar. I was there, a man at the end of the bar said. He had a cloak covering the right side of his face. Excuse me? Jovian stood up as well and put money on the counter for Grande. The last time he attacked, I was there, the man repeated. He dropped the cloak from his face to reveal a wound where his right eye used to be. He always leaves one man alive. Still decided to take your eye from you, though, Jovian said. Yeah, he did, the bastard. The man put the cloak back on his face. You should watch out for him. He's all about the presentation. That's why he leaves one person alive, to help set up his next attack. You mean here? Grande said. He can't attack here. This is an important bounty hunter guild hub. He loves fancy music, and he's always seen with a skinny girl. The man turned his good eye to the girl who was dancing. She came to a stop mid-turn as the man spoke the words. There was a brief silence in the room before Jovian grabbed his gun and put the barrel on the woman's forehead. "You got 3 seconds to tell me where he is," Jovian said. "I'm not messing around." The girl put her hands up in surrender. 1, 2... Before he could say 3, a man sitting down at a nearby table stood up and cut Jovian's hand off in one swift slice with a large hunting knife. The hand flew in the air and hit the floor with a squish. Jovian screamed in pain as blood shot out, but the man shoved the hunting knife into Jovian's throat. "Irva, does this machine go any louder?" The man removed his cloak to reveal a fine suit with a tie, a rare sight on Ronka. He fixed his suit as Irva tried to make the music louder. "I think that's as high as it goes," she said. "Unfortunate." The man put the hunting knife back on the table. "I said you can't do this here," Dronde commit offense. "You'll be on the points board forever." "That means more bounty hunters will save me the trouble of hunting them down," said the man. "Pardon my manners. I still didn't introduce myself." I can't help but do the I can't help but start to do the little McCree voice, but bounty hunters are cool. I love bounty hunters. Elias pulled a gun out from under his cloak and shot at the man, but the man grabbed the hunting knife he just used and held it up so that the bullet deflected off the knife and hit the one-eyed man in his only good eye. What the heck? Why is this? Wait, why? Why did I do this? That poor guy. I might have to rewrite that if we ever work on this again. Why? That's just messed up. Like, it's funny, but like unnecessary. Unnecessary. Anyway. Here I was thinking Yo, Captain Kraken, what's up? What's going on? Here I was thinking I was being rude. The man stepped forward and Elias shot again. This time the man just turned his head slightly and the bullet missed. He dashed forward and grabbed the top of the gun, then turned it upwards to Elias's throat. My voice is squeaking because I've been reading for like 4 hours. We're doing good. I'm just reading some of my old stuff right now. We're just fooling around. I'm actually kind of winding down. How long have we been streaming? 5 hours, dude. And I've been reading for like a good chunk of that. So my voice needs a break. But we're just chilling and vibing right now. What do you write, Kraken? Should I call you Kraken, Captain? Captain Kraken? It is an awesome name. What do you do? What are you working on? I write mostly fantasy. I dabble in a little sci-fi and horror, and I run a weekly short story anthology type series on YouTube called Fantasy Distractions, which we haven't really worked on too much on stream. I've mostly been reading a lot of my old work lately. Working on your first novel, Pirate High Fantasy. Perfect. We have been talking about pirates a lot in here. I would love to know more because I love pirates. But I have a character named Mira that we read a side story that I wrote for her like a couple of years ago. Where her whole dream is to like become a pirate on a post-apocalyptic Earth that the moon is also messed up, so she can't actually sail the seas because the seas are too unstable, but she's trying to find a way to become a pirate. So there are pirates in my works, but I don't have any works that are specifically about pirates, if that makes sense. But big fan of pirates. Mira fangirl. Big pirate fan. You're the Rapez fangirl? It makes me wish I used Rapez more. I mean, he's used more in things that haven't been released yet. Like book 2, he's in a lot more than book 1. You're gonna be disappointed with the amount of use he has in book 1 when you read it. Here I was thinking I was being rude. The man stepped forward and Elias shot him again. And shot again. This time the man just turned his head slightly and the bullet missed. He dashed forward and grabbed the top of the gun, then turned it upwards to Elias's throat. No hard feelings. I'm sure you were a really good bounty hunter. Sometimes you just meet your match. Then that means time to write more. Yeah, I feel like I gotta just write more. I gotta write more in the steps so we could share it on stream. Who the hell are you? Elias tried to force his own gun down, but the man was too powerful. Ah, right, you interrupted me. The man let go of Elias's gun and took a few steps back. Kick it off, Irva. Ladies and gentlemen, Irva jumped up onto one of the tables. I present to you the leveler of cities, the king of the hunters, the Ronka Revenant. Actually, the Ronka Revenants are the name of one of the bandit groups that the Starlight Samurai is after. And I didn't realize how much I referenced this in that story, but the ones that Kai is hunting are the Ronka Revenants. You guys want the Mira trilogy? All right, I'll get cracking on that. Each title had the man in the suit nodding along. The Ghost from Era Coast, the Beast of Belalo Bay, the Legend himself, Bexon River. The name needs some work, maybe. Bexon River. On the last part, Bexon swung around. I said kick it off, not say the whole thing. Your last name is River? Elias said with a laugh. How menacing. Did he just make fun of my last name? Bexon didn't take his eyes off Irva. I think he just made fun of my last name. He most certainly did do that, said Irva. Should I cover my eyes? Cover your eyes, darling. I'm like half like southern and half, I don't know what I'm doing. It's just happening, I'm sorry. Bexon turned around. He was much bigger than Elias, but now seemed bigger than before. Elias shot Bexon in the shoulder, but he didn't budge. He shot him again, this time in the chest, but Bexon was unfazed. Elias, you were my reason for being here. I didn't know you traveled with Jovian Twine. I was hoping to kill you clean, but you insulted my name. Now I kind of feel like his name has to change because he's making this whole spiel. And ruin my clothes with your bullets. I don't care how strong your body is. A shot to the head is a shot to the head. Elias put the gun to Bexon's head and pulled the trigger. Bexon phased through the bullet and all of Elias's body and appeared behind him. What are you? When Elias turned around, Bexon snatched the gun out of his hand. He hit Elias in the face with the body of the gun. The blow knocked Elias to the floor, and Bexon continued to smash his face in with the body of the gun. After Elias's face was reduced to a bloody mush, Bexon stood up. His clean suit was now covered in red. He took a napkin from the counter and cleaned his hands. I really do always leave at least one person alive, Bexon said to Dronde. Who better than a barkeep who meets the most bounty hunters? Bexon smiled. Please spread the word of who I am and what I do to people who insult my name. I shouldn't have insulted his name. I also just activated my camera. Now I probably shouldn't have insulted his name. But yeah, I didn't realize how much of this I used in the Kai story. I can't read the Kai story without the southern accent because Maz is the one talking. Yeah, so he's talking about the planet Alten, right? That's where the Starlight Samurai is coming from. It's when he starts talking about the planet. Oh, they're the asteroid remnants. I thought they were the Ronka. They're definitely on Ronka, though, I'm pretty sure. Transmissions is full of Easter eggs too. Here we go. The destruction left me in awe, but gave me a new sense of purpose. You see, on this here planet known as Ronka, I can't get the accent right now. It'll come to me mid speech probably. Yeah, no problem, Mistral. We're done. I'm just goofing off right now. Killing is most of our jobs. Hunting bounties on people's heads is a way of life. It's incorporated into our system and a part of our everyday lives. See, he's talking about bounties too. For that very reason, this planet's practically abandoned. These cities he's dropping, empty. The people he's killing as collateral, just as bad as he is. See, like, the residents are still not the best people. Finally, I can connect to the stream. What happened, Redwing? What happened? Thank you, Captain Kraken, for the follow. I appreciate that. You definitely got to tell us about your story when you get a chance. Or at least what you're working on, if you don't want to spoil anything. 50-50, I'm at Mexico today, so bad signal. Fair enough. The people he's killing as collateral, just as bad as he is. Sure, there are some civil places left here, but if you think this... I use bastard a lot when I do these bounty hunters. Is wiping out... This is probably the only, like, curse word in all of Fantasy Distractions, by the way. No problem, figured I'd get following before it's too late. I appreciate the follow. We're gonna try to do these streams more often. This is actually an added on stream. We've been doing them like Tuesday nights, like starting at 11:30 p.m. Tonight we started at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. But I added on extra stream because I've been having so much fun doing these. So expect these streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm toying with the start time for them because tonight it seemed to do better earlier in the day than the late night streams on Tuesdays, but we're trying to find a balance. We're still working out the kinks. But I am streaming like Monday through Friday. I just play games on the other nights. Okay. Yeah, so he's just talking about bounty hunters. Over the years, Ronka has become the home of the worst in the galaxy. When it comes to being bad, I'm the baddest. That's one of my favorite lines. I don't know why. So let that Starlight Samurai run wild on our planet while he can. But sooner or later, him and I, we're gonna have ourselves a little play date. Don't get me wrong, I ain't here to save this miserable planet. I'm just here to show everyone else that around here, I'm the king. Yeah, this was our second fantasy distraction, so I was already referencing like Soldier's Crest, potential Soldier's Crest stuff. Transmissions has a lot more references. So Transmissions was a lot of fun to do. There's a note to our voice actors. So this one involved everybody we had working on the project at the time. It's about a young man taken from his family at a young age, forced to be a worker for the RNMC, Royal Navy Marine Corps, until one day he meets an explorer who invites him on an expedition to find an island that turns out to hold secrets of his family in a plot they uncovered formed by the king. These secrets lead him and the explorer to find a pirate paradise, Gunsway Cove, I like it, for help, all while having adventures through the journey. Sounds like a good start. I love pirate stuff. You honestly had me at pirate. Like, your description of the story could have literally been like, he tripped over a treasure chest. And I would have been like, I'm in. I try outlining. It's helped me a lot with the world building and planning. That's awesome. Yeah, outlining. I'm not a big outliner. I've become more of an outliner lately because of the way Fantasy Distractions is structured. But like I was talking about this on stream the other day. I plan out the beginning and the end. And then everything in between, I more or less like freestyle. And then like do heavy edits. But yeah, I'm definitely not an outliner. I'm guilty of not being one. Not that it's a bad thing, but I also see the benefit to outlining now that I've had to do it more for Fantasy Distractions, if that makes sense. But my outlines are weird. Like, do I have one here? Distractions outline. Wait till you see this mess. All right, this is not normal outlining. I mean, it's a little more complicated just because of the YouTube factor and explaining what we were going to do. But this is like the overall explanation and plan, right? So like building a universe of mostly standalone stories, other planets, et cetera, et cetera. And then this is just like a mess. I mean, it looks very completed because this was for the first season. So I even have like release dates. I updated these as we were going. So it was very helpful, but it's more of like a checklist than a outline, if that makes sense. It was an outline, now it's kind of like a checklist. But it gets worse. There's 17 pages of this, by the way. This is just me. Oh, also I put comments on like everything. What do the comments say? Seasoned warrior that travels with Ingvar, ruthless, being set up to be Ingvar's successor, falls short. Yeah, I was actually doing like legit outlining on the side at least. But it's a mess. Then we have like actual, then I, as I got further, so this is when I stopped keeping up with the outline because I'm bad at outlining. You should see my outline and reference sheets. Yeah, my Soldier's Crest ones, once my friends convinced me to outline, are way more unorganized than this. But yeah, like outlines could get insane. They could get crazy. You look like the detectives with the pinboard, I think it's called. I forget what the exact term for it. You end up like, you might as well have one of those. But then when I got to the ones that I wasn't, because all of these I had written. That's why they're written and released when they're in bold. But these we also did release. But here I was actually breaking down. You know, it's funny because we released this and our friend Mike read it. He's got this really like deep voice. And so I put like, Alicia is a strong woman protecting her village from Ingvar's invasion. Not necessarily full wartime yet, but Ingvar's recruiting. Alicia impresses Ingvar the most, and he recruits her into his army. This isn't actually what happens. Told from the perspective of a squire-like character, this happens. Retelling the story of how they invaded a town, but Alicia fought back and stood against Ingvar and his knights enough to impress her. She might not join Ingvar in the story. Okay, yeah, this is like more along the lines of what actually happens. But they will run into each other again in the future. Ingvar spares her despite concern from his knights that she might go join Kazai. Ha! Letter. Instead of getting Jake to voice Ingvar for this line, I think it would be funny if the person telling the story tries to do an impersonation of Jake's Ingvar voice. So, obviously I wrote this outline before Mike started voicing for us because Mike is actually Ingvar's voice now. So Mike read the story. So whenever Ingvar had lines, he just did Ingvar's voice. But it's pretty funny. I don't even know if I'm done with the world building yet. Could be expanded upon if I do sequels. But not anytime soon. After this, I have a sci-fi horror, interesting, a noir detective, and a romance slice of life in the works. Dang, you're hitting every genre. Backburners before sequels. Yeah, we were just going over what I had planned for my first series. My first series is called A Soldier's Crest. I self-published many years ago, and then I got picked up by a publisher, and I was published for like 2 years, and then the publisher went out of business, so I unfortunately lost my publisher. This is... Let me full screen for this. It's so much easier to show these off when I'm standing. This is my self-published version. It's huge, like lengthwise. This is a massive book. And then when I was published, I got this, I keep calling it a chunky boy. I got this one made. Here's the front. But then the publisher went out of business, and I didn't like self-publish it again. I haven't really. I kind of went into a funk. We were kind of just talking about that. I didn't work on Soldier's Crest. I mean, I haven't worked on Soldier's Crest stuff in many years because I was rattled, and then Fantasy Distractions I started writing and working on during COVID. And I've been working on that since. And just now, in 2024, we started in 2020, was our first year. Just now, I'm starting to release some stories based on Soldier's Crest characters. That's why we're talking about it so much in here. But you want to buy the chunky one? I have your address. I'm pretty sure your address didn't change, right, Kitty? Don't say it on stream, obviously. But if it's the same address that I have, I'll just send you one. You and Akatsu are too good to me to be paying for that book. I don't have a working title for my Pirate series yet. I only have a working title for my current work in progress. Yeah, titles are tough. I mean, A Soldier's Crest, I don't even remember how or why I came up with that. Like the obvious of, the crest they wear on their flags or their armor. But it's not even used much in the first book. But the general concept is like everybody has arts, which are like their special abilities. It's very anime because I've been writing this since I was in high school and I was big into anime then. Everybody has arts that are like their magic or special ability. And then there are crests, which are like, I know we've been talking about Bleach on and off tonight, but it's basically like their bankai, like their upgraded version of their art. And it's so rare that like I think I reference it once in the first book. And then in book 2 we talk about it more. So it's literally like in the name of the book and not even mentioned until book 2. Hey, you have your PS5 in vertical position. Do you have that $30 stand? I have a stand. I thought it came with it. There's a very good chance that I paid $30 for it, though. I thought the one I'm using came with it. Bankai? Yeah, no worries. I just moved. Actually, I have Bleach figures back there. You guys want to see? Hold on. I'll zoom in on the PS5 too. I have to take the headset off though, and you might not be able to hear me very clear. Oh, you got Renji's sword? That's sick. I have a figure of Renji back there. So we just moved. I put my streaming setup in my parents' basement, as one does. I don't know why that stopped following me. Did it? No. So it's kind of a mess. Basically, everything you see behind me is stuff we're trying to eBay. So that's why behind me specifically is a mess. Not the best place to put my stream, but my stream setup, but it was like the one that made the most sense. I have the PS5 Slim and it didn't come with a stand except little pegs for horizontal. Yeah, I think this one came with it. I do have no chill though, so it is possible that I bought a $30 stand. I may or may not have bought the $350 Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that comes with a Sephiroth statue. So yeah, me buying a $30 stand sounds like me. We should open that on stream when I get it, actually, because I also bought the digital so that we could stream it on launch. When I get the Sephiroth statue one, we should open that on stream. That'd be dope. I cosplayed as Renji and Orihime. Nice. You need to find me pictures of that. Forget pictures of the sword. You need to find me pictures of that. Grimmjow's my favorite character in Bleach. I like Grimmjow too. I like Yoroichi and Kenpachi, obviously. I'm sure mine will be fine without the stand. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? You never played Final Fantasy? Oh man, you're missing out. Play the older ones first. 16 was pretty... I didn't finish 16, if that gives you any indication, but 16 is fun. I did watch the State of Play. I was really bummed that they were... At the very end, they were like, oh, by the way... Because I watched it for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. At the end, they were like, oh yeah, on the 6th, we're doing another State of Play that's all about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was like, that would have been useful information at the beginning of the stream. I still would have watched it, but just play Final Fantasy 14. We're going to play 14 tomorrow. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Too many horror games for me. I'm not a big horror guy. You're writing a sci-fi horror, so I'm assuming you like horror, but I'm not a big horror guy. Have you heard of the critically... Oh, God. Stop, Kitty. Stop. Did Katsu put you up to this? Silent Hill 2 did look pretty good, though. Alright. So, yes, I have a camera that follows... Okay, so, you know, for, like, Captain, who's just coming into the stream, and what I said about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, PS5 in the background, a camera that tracks my movements, you might think that I'm rich. A Shure microphone, gamer chair. I'm poor. I just want to make that clear. I have no money. This setup was like my very last dime. So don't get the wrong idea. But that Final Fantasy game I pre-ordered a long time ago when I had money. No, I enjoyed the meme. They should have done the 7th, is right. Not only should they have done the 7th, Foam Stars or whatever their next game is, the like Splatoon ripoff. That comes out on the 6th. So like why would you cut into people's play time of Foam Stars that everybody's gonna be playing for your State of Play for 7 Rebirth? Makes no sense. Okay. Let me... I could also do this. You're gonna make me look bad. Camera. I'm gonna... Or just don't follow me, it's fine. Also, let me move the chair. I'm definitely... We're gonna stream Foam Stars, for sure. My hair is out of control. I don't know, Rick looks fake, Kappa. How do you know my name? I'm watching you. Let me call an expert to verify the economy of this streamer. Stop it. Yo, what's up, Jade? We're looking at my PS5 stand right now. I really need a haircut, chat. Is that our cult hand sign? I mean our Naruto? That's how you zoom in with this camera. And zoom out. I'll show you. I'll teach you. But oh, the flat hand, I don't want to do it now because it's gonna freeze. When I do this, it freezes. So it won't track me anymore. Right? And you do it again, it follows. Cool. That would be slower. I think this is the base that came with it. Knees are burning. Can I zoom in more? Come on. That's as far as we could go. Ta-da! Yeah, I think this came with it. Pretty sure it came with it. Hopefully no bugs in here. Pretty cool. Still tracking. Oh, it is still tracking. It's time for show and tell. I don't know where to put this. Hold on. Oh, actually, that's convenient. Good thing there's nothing important on those notes. I just broke my camera again. Well, this is actually useful for what we're gonna do right now, but I gotta fix it. This is actually useful for what we're doing. I should have played it off like that was intentional. That's what I should have done. Hopefully no bugs crawl out of this thing. Like a spider cricket or anything. Ooh. There's some magic cards in here. Oh, everybody's favorite. Dega Disciple. Everyone knows that magic card. Focus? It didn't really work. Should have, but didn't. You're right. AI is taking over. Where was I? Hair flip first. I don't know. Your hair gets more fun every year. Blindfolded haircut challenge on stream when? That's scary to think about. I love my hair. It is kind of out of control right now. I am a wizard. Uh-oh, mysterious box. The stream got weird. This is what happens when I start at 7:30 and go to 1 in the morning. Your brother plays Magic, nice. Oh. I do, but anything about Magic the Gathering, I don't know anything. I'm assuming that was supposed to be. I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, but I really want to get the Doctor Who cards. Yeah, they have a Doctor Who set. I'm waiting. They're doing a Final Fantasy set in 2025. I definitely am going to spend way too much money on that, which I hopefully have money by then. Anyway, Renji was the point of this. They're probably mad dusty. I got a Renji figure. It's kind of hard to hold it up to the camera because the camera is in a really weird spot right now. But nerd. Now you sound like smart. We have a friend who calls us nerds all the time. Little Byakuya action. Huh? Yeah, I've never watched Doctor Who, but I get it. I get the appeal. David Tennant is amazing, so I get it. I got a little Hitsugaya figure. Cool. Also, my thumb bends really weird. So, yeah, sorry. Enjoy that. You know, little Ichigo. I don't have Kenpachi, though. It's my biggest regret in life. Chad. Being a Chad. Little Orihime. She's really dusty. You probably can't see it on camera. But her white shirt is like gray up close. You're more of a Matt Smith fan? Yeah, my I didn't watch the Doctor Who with David Tennant. My introduction to David Tennant was Jessica Jones. He is bonkers in Jessica Jones. That character is so cool. The Purple Man or whatever. Senbon Sakura. Kageyoshi was the rest of that, I think. And it was like Chire, right? Like scatter. I remember. Aizen is where it's at. He's a total daddy. And then, I don't know how far you got, Captain, but there's also Chair Sama, who is associate. What is stuck? That's not good. Urahara. And I have another Renji. Should we just do this one stream? Just show off everything I'm trying to put up on eBay? I had another Renji dressed down. Dressed down Renji. Technically, have Yororichi. Would much prefer her in her human form, but... Kon, whatever you call him. I always call them Kon, but I think it's Kon. Rukia. I have all the swords and stuff in there too. These are all the base, like the things you stand them up with. I have a lot of weird stuff back there. There's way more weird stuff than this. I have some, if you know what Bisoju figures are, I have some that when I worked at the anime store, you want to talk about nerd. I worked at an anime store for 4 years. I used to just buy them even if it was characters I didn't know who they were. So I have like a Tekken one. I have no idea who those characters, but it's nice. It's pretty. What else? I have I bought a female version of Shepard from Mass Effect, Bisojo, and it was literally $60 for a statue. It was a really nice statue. $60. I sold it on eBay like a few years ago for like $400. It was insane. All right, let me see if I can fix my camera. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Here, maybe? Hello? I just creep. Notice me? Notice me? Notice me? Please. Nope. I'm gonna have to pick it up. We're going on a ride. How did I fix this last time? We did this once before. I've broken this camera a few times. Saved. It's not in the position I had it before, though. That's gonna me. No. You guys got to see right up my nostrils. You guys got to see right up my nostrils. That camera is fun. I'm surprised I don't see more streamers with this camera, because it's fun. It's fun to play around with. Alright, we didn't get attacked by spider crickets. Huge. Big plus for your boy. Yes, I actually ended my stream because I couldn't figure out how to fix it last time, and then I finally got it. Still don't know what a spider cricket is. I'm glad. I hope you never find out. They are terrifying. Wait till it gets warmer. Wait till it gets warmer. We might have some on stream. But I don't know about zooming in to let you guys see that one. I will probably be running for my life. I'll probably give the stream over to the spider cricket, and he'll probably get more viewers. He or she. I don't want to, assume. He'll probably get more viewers. All right. I think we're done. I don't know. I have no voice. I'm kind of hungry. I'm getting a little lightheaded because I haven't eaten in a couple hours. How long was the stream? 5.5 hours. Jeez. My original plan was like, I'll stream the writing stuff for like 3 hours. And then I'll end stream and come back and stream Grand Blue Fantasy because I really want to finish that game. But I got nothing left, chat. Yeah, Jade, I actually started early for once. You'd be proud of me. I started at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 4 hours earlier than I normally start. No, that can't be right. 4 hours. 4 hours. Did I say 4 or 5? I don't know what I said. 4 hours earlier than I normally start. Yeah, it was a fun stream. We're actually ending around, assuming OBS isn't lying to me like it does sometimes. I think we peaked at like 15 viewers early, and now we're back at 14. But I've noticed I do peak at this time, and then it just drops off for the rest of the night because I'm up to like 4 or 5 in the morning. Am I time traveling? It feels like it. But should we do earlier streams? Should I try? I was experimenting. This was an experiment. I don't even stream on Thursdays. I like never stream on Thursdays. So this was just like a full on. We're testing stuff. Should I do earlier streams? At least for the writing streams, maybe? It's good for my time. Should I, like Tuesday, Thursday, we just do like an earlier start time, maybe? What do we think? How are we feeling? What's the vibe? I'm just rambling and I should go eat something, probably. New Fantasy Distraction tomorrow. Go subscribe to Fantasy Distractions on YouTube if you haven't, please. I was about to fingers crossed again, but please. I beg. We're 1 subscriber away from being back to the number of subscribers I was at to start the year. So we lost 4. We gained back 3. You could get us back to where we were to start the year. Only Thursday I could do it? Okay, we'll stick with the late times on Tuesday and do early on Thursday. Let's try that. You subscribe tonight, Jade? Let's go. If you just subscribe now, I think we're back. We're back, baby. It's like we never left. 358. Thank you, Jade. We're back. Now I can stop crying into my Cheerios every morning. I actually don't eat Cheerios lately. I've been eating Special K. Like the cereal, not I think it's a drug, but the cereal. I don't like it. It's not good. Special K. I don't really like Cheerios either, but I know they're healthier. I should probably go eat something though. Jade got us back to where we were. Let's go. Next step is to pass it. So I could be like, now we're up a subscriber. Now we're net positive. Since I started busting my butt again. And posting every Monday and Friday. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jade. I'm sorry you came in late. Thank you, Kitty, Mistral, Captain Kraken, Red Winged. Spartan came through. Tameless over on YouTube came through. Sunny. Sunny was really, that was cool. I always like finding more people who are trying to do like what we're doing. Because I want more people in that space. Dude, my lips are so chapped and it has nothing to do with this stream. I went walking today and it was windy. I didn't put on any chapstick and I got owned by the wind. Okay. I buy kids cereal because I never got the good ones when I was a kid. Mistral, have a good night. I enjoyed your stream. Thanks for sharing your work with us. Thank you for coming through. Jade, I appreciate you always. Probably one of my longest followers and people that I've been following on Twitch. One of like the first people I met on Twitch, I feel like. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna play a little Grand Blue Fantasy. No story though. We're gonna do that on stream on Saturday probably. I might do a Saturday stream just for that. I should host somebody in the writers category, right? That's what a good streamer would do. Let's get some writing going. Hopefully this person's cool. Hopefully they treat you guys well. All right. Let's do this. We are doing a Final Fantasy XIV stream tomorrow night. Kitty and Akatsu are going to carry me to victory. I am going to definitely forget to watch a video on samurai rotations. So I will probably be 99% useless, no matter what content we do. Red Wings had 3 years, 9 months. Let's go. I guess that's when whatever it's called, the Final Fantasy gacha game that we played. Spartan's been here for 2 years, 11. You had to have unfollowed me and followed again. I know you forever, Spartan. Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow night. 4 years, 20. See, I've known you like, okay, I think I started streaming like 6 years ago, maybe. So I've known you for almost my entire streaming career. We're doing hard content. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do like negative damage. Yo, Red Wing, does that put us over? Does that put us over where we were? It does. We're at 359. We did it. We bounced back. I mean, let's forget the fact that like I should be at 363 if those people didn't unfollow me. But we're back. We're back, baby. Thank you, Red Winged. Appreciate you.